starting now, and it's flashing green, so I know it needs to flash red. Ah!
Working as far as I can see. Okay, so we want
There's actually a law firm named that.
Okay, we're going to.
Ready to
There
run.
you go.
Good morning. Welcome to June 14, 2016 regular board meeting. At this time, we're going to go into closed session. Just like to know if there's any public comments before we do that. Nope, seeing none. We're going to go into closed session. Good morning. Welcome to our June 14, 2016 regular meeting. We were in closed session this morning from 8 until now, and there was no. I'm going to report out. There was no action taken on that closed session. So could you please stand for the pledge of allegiance?
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Felt like it was in a chamber, echo chamber. We have these little screens that play a live feed, but it's not really live, it's delayed. So after we finished this, it was still going on. And we could hear it because it plays, but so it just bugs me. I just shut it off. So we'll go into public comments. There's 3 minutes for public comments. We have a 30-minute period. Anytime, any item of interest to the public that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board and is not posted on the consent or regular agendas may be addressed during the public comment period. California law prohibits the board from taking action on any matter which is not posted on the agenda, unless it is determined to be an emergency by the board of supervisors. If public comment is completed before the 30-minute allotted time period, the board may immediately move to the regular agenda. If the public comment is not completed during the allotted time period, it will be continued and at the conclusion of the consent agenda in order to provide an opportunity for the remainder of the comments to be heard. Public comments, please.
First, you need to clarify something for us. What is the policy or the ground rules regarding side conversations during the proceedings? I know you don't like phones to go off, and during the last 2 meetings, there has been constant conversation that keeps people from being able to hear. And you got signs all over about everything. We should have something about no side conversations, because in my old age, I'm developing a hearing problem, and sometimes I can't hear the speakers because there's somebody over here going yappity, yappity, yappity. And I tried to shush them last week, and at the last meeting, and they were really offended that I would try to shush them. So I'm thinking that should be your responsibility. My feeling is during the proceedings, so everybody has the opportunity to hear, people should be quiet and allow people to hear. And either got to shut up or take their conversation outside, or maybe they need to sit in the front row so when they start speaking loudly, you guys can shush them instead of relying upon the audience to try and keep control of the noise. And unfortunately, the people that caused the problem for the past 2 meetings aren't here, so we may need a sign that says no side conversations so people have the opportunity to hear. And if this is my 2 minutes, I want to read something that I don't have. So thank you for your time.
Good morning, Marty Crane. I just want to say, welcome back, Debbie. We missed you terribly. And I wanted you to know that the team of the IHSS Advisory Committee has taken your direction, and we've been working hard and trying to make you proud. So we look forward to you being at our next meeting. So thank you very much.
Well, I'm a sinner. Good morning. My name is Kathy Mazzaferro. I am here to formally introduce myself to you as your new Executive Director of the Calaveras County Arts Council. Mary Jane Ginocchio decided to enjoy her very well-deserved retirement. Please forgive me, I'm out of breath. There was too much road construction and I was afraid I would miss public comments. Because I have to get to work for you. Anyway, the Calaveras Arts Council remains dedicated to promoting, supporting, and nourishing the arts throughout Calaveras County. I have pamphlets for you because tomorrow night begins our Music in the Park series. It's 25 years now of keeping our hills alive with the sound of music. I will be back during the course of the year to share other events that are coming up. The other event that I would like you to know about is Friday night at the Bret Harte Theater. The Calaveras Arts Council is partnering with Backcountry Productions. We are presenting a movie called A Walk in the Park with David Vassar. David Vassar is an Academy Award nominee, Emmy Award-winning director, and this is his passion, his labor of love. It's a movie about our national parks in celebration of its 100th anniversary. We are delighted to be the West Coast premiere. The first time this movie premiered was at the Smithsonian Institute in March of this year. So needless to say, it's kind of a special movie, and I have a hunch it's one that all of you will enjoy. So I hope to see you there, and then during the course of the summer, at the very least, I hope to see you in the districts that you represent when Music in the Park comes to your area. Should I hand these to somebody? Thank you very much, and thank you for supporting the arts in all of its facets in Calaveras County.
Thank you, Kathy.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
My name is Peter Race from Jenny Lane of 5th District, proud supporter of Steve Kearney. But I have some unfinished business from the last time.
I can't hear you. Yeah.
I will speak up better. Is that?
Thank you, sir.
You're more than welcome, sir. There was some unfinished business concerning CCWD. I request that maybe you folks and folks in the camera listen to what CCWD is putting on the air right now. I know they were saving money, and it's a very nice thought for an organization that spends $4,000 a month for lobbyists in Washington, D.C., even though it's a very nice lady, they spend $4,000 a month for public relations, for a lobbyist. Have you heard any results from for the lobbyists? Also, that's the only organization want to save money for public relations that's costing everybody in this county $100,000 public relation agent. Okay, but he's not here right now, but I wanted the public to put in the back of their head what's going on. Recently, there's something that's maybe a little closer. The Supreme Court ruled, I believe it was 8-0 against EPA concerning water rights. I'm sure your legal expert will explain to you how it's going to affect us, this county, a water-rich county, and water rights concerning EPA, the state, and the feds, and so on. 8-0 water rights result. Also, at the same time, some of the people who work for the county might put it back up their heads. Puerto Rico, we're not going to be bailed out. 8-0 Supreme Court. So when you look at the state, $170 billion in a hole concerning public pension, think about it. Supreme Court ruled Puerto Rico, we're not going to get a bailout. And if you think Puerto Rico was in bad shape, take a look at the numbers in this state. Thank you.
Any other public comment?
Al Allen, Taxpayers Association. I'd like to express our appreciation on Debbie Ponte's continued survival and welcome her back. That doesn't constitute an agreement to those things that she may do that we don't agree with. But we're so glad she's here, and it's a tribute to her character. The Taxpayers Association is doing several things. One of them is we offered a questionnaire to the supervisor candidates, and then we, 5 of the 7, all 7 responded. 5 of the 7 actually participated, and then we published the results in the newspaper and on the Pine Tree and on email. And it's kind of interesting that there's a lot of similarity between the things that are important that we think are important, and also the supervisors do as well. Using our taxpayer TV as an informational source for public information, we launched a program, or actually 2 half-hour programs for the District 1 candidates, and we're hoping that both of them will participate. There'll be 2 30-minute programs, and the focus is not to be a debate or name-calling or anything like that. It's to try to identify the things that they do not agree with, are the different approaches to what looking ahead for a county. If these 2 programs are able to allow the candidates to express clearly what their visions are, especially ones that are different from each other. There's so much that they agree on. There's much more they agree on than they disagree. This would be very helpful to the taxpayer and to the voter. So with that, we thank you.
Any other public comments?
Bill McManus, and today I'm representing the committee to ban the commercial cultivation of cannabis, marijuana in Calaveras County. Today I'm here to deliver a message from many people that we've talked to. My comments are meant for one supervisor in particular. That supervisor is Mr. Oliveira from District 3. As you know, we went through a brief, intense, but highly successful petition drive to gather signatures. Over 3,500 signatures were gathered. In District 3, in Mike's district, in my district, close to 700 signatures were gathered. Many of the people I talked to wanted to express their thanks to Supervisor Oliveira for his leadership and courage on this matter. Actually, I didn't spend that much time in District 3. We had a road act going, and I found myself in virtually every community, town, crossroads throughout the county. And in speaking with thousands of people and gathering even more signatures, people from across this county wanted me to thank Supervisor Oliveira again for his leadership and courage. They look up to you for what you have done, and I told them that publicly and privately I would thank you. I've already thanked you privately. Today I'm here to publicly thank you and let you know that there are thousands of people throughout this county that are looking to you for more and continued leadership on this matter. And I thank you very much, and we'll see how it all turns out. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pass.
Any other public comments? No? Okay. We'll move on to our regular agenda. Okay.
First item on the regular agenda is from the administrative office. It's to receive a report from the board chair, department heads, Cal OES, and FEMA update on Butte fire recovery.
Good morning, Brian Moss, administrative office. Very quickly, we are actually starting to see the wind down of Butte fire recovery. There's a lot of work that still needs to be done. Something is on your agenda today for the arborist, and Public Works is here for that today. In addition to that, they're working on the request for proposal for the actual contractor to go out and remove the burned trees. That's really the next big step in Butte fire recovery. Environmental management is not here today. However, they have completed their task, as you know, of removing debris. But as this winds down, tree mortality is winding up, and of course that's later on in your agenda. So I just wanted to state that. We continue to move forward. Any questions? Yes, sir.
Mr. Moss, we're still looking for a consultant to deal with the tree removal due to the fire, right?
That is correct. That is correct. Public Works can address that in a little bit further detail.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's not, it's staff's turn right now.
Pardon?
It's staff readout right
I
now.
know, I just wanted to respond to something you said.
Okay, when it comes to public comments. Yeah, Robert.
Good morning, Robert Packinger, Public Works. Earl Seberg is here also, and Will McGowan representing Tetra Tech.
Excuse me, sir. Could you speak into the microphone for us? I'm sorry.
Excuse me.
Okay.
Robert Packinger, Public Works. Earl Seberg also from Public Works, and Will McGowan from Tetra Tech. The discussion, we're still in the first item, I believe, correct? And so then you had questions in regards to the progress for actual tree removal. Item number 2 is the arborist item that is a necessary step to document and locate every tree that would represent a hazard.
We'll get to that.
Right. That step needs to be underway in order for us to turn over that information to a person that will be able to then remove the trees that are identified. I'm currently working on a request for proposals for hiring contractors that will come in and do the actual work for the tree removal. We have to be working with FEMA and Cal OES in this regards. There are questions in regards to debris management sites. These are sites that need to be identified, and FEMA will have to perform some environmental evaluation for these sites. So there's work that needs to be done before the actual tree removal contractors are on board to be clearing the trees out.
This item, so this is still on one. The number 2 item is a contract for an arborist. This is a discussion on tree removal right now.
You're on 2.
We're on item number 2
Yeah, number 2. Okay.
on the agenda.
So we're on item number 2, which is the report on Butte Fire and wind down and the things that are involved with that. Item number 3 is the arborist, which we aren't there yet, but we're talking about tree removal right now, right?
That's correct.
Yeah. So I got a question on tree removal, and because I've been asking for a consultant or a person that knows about forest and tree removal for about, how long? Maybe a month and a half, 2 months, somewhere around there. And so my thought is, or was, still is I know that you're going to have to go through the arborist process and all of that and the identification of the trees. But I also know that there's a whole big issue around the removal process. And it's not just going out, removing some trees after they've been identified and taking them somewhere. It's taking them where? There's a whole big process there. And this is the reason why I wanted to get a consultant on board quickly, because we do have a deadline, right, as far as the reimbursement, OES, FEMA is concerned. And not to mention the fact that we're getting close to the point where those trees that are currently standing out there are becoming a point where they need to be removed quickly, right?
Correct.
Right. And that's why I'm just wondering, why have we not moved on the consultant to get that person on board? Because it's not just, oh, we get the consultant and he's going to do this and that. We have an issue around storage, processing. I mean, just all kinds of things that we as a county really don't have. We're not in that business. And a person like that can really assist us in getting the whole process set up so that it can run way smoother and possibly even save us a bunch of time. So I'm just curious why we haven't moved on that.
Just a couple of comments on that, Earl Saber, Public Works. We have been working in step with the administration. There's a person that's been identified to come on board, help us with both to help with both the butte fire recovery trees as well as the tree mortality trees. And that person can come in and help us understand the forestry aspects of it. We understand your concerns with respect to the identification of sites to handle these trees. We're working on that now, and we'll have more information here in the next few weeks. We're also working with FEMA to make sure that our steps conform with the FEMA requirements. But today and the next item, we'll be talking about the arborist contract, which is key to all of this because we need to have an understanding of how many trees we're dealing with, because a considerable number of trees have been removed. The initial FEMA estimate was 5,800. We expect it to be substantially less than that now. And then we'll have a better information as to how large the site is that we need to manage this and the most effective ways of dealing with it.
So I know we're talking about butte fires right now. Mm-hmm. But it's gonna blend into tree mortality eventually.
Correct.
It's not going away anytime soon.
Correct.
So that's why I requested that we have this consultant get on board as quickly as possible.
Yes.
And I'm just a little bit confused on why that hasn't happened already.
I don't have the details on that effort, unfortunately, but I know that we've been working in concert with administration to put that into effect.
So maybe Mr. Moss can answer the question.
Yes, I have actually spoken with the individual. I wanted to bring him in and talk to him a little bit about how if he's, number one, willing to do it. He seemed to be on my first conversation. The next step is to actually sit down and talk with him. I don't know if we're going to do, quite frankly, an extra hire position or if we're going to do this on contract. I spoke with Tracy Riggs at Tree Mortality yesterday in Sacramento and asked her just that as to how Mike Albrecht was brought in. And I also talked to Mike Albrecht about this yesterday as well. He's on a contract. I know there's some questions as to whether we do extra hire or a contract. I can tell you that you'll see in the budget that the administrative office has put in 960 hours for extra hire for this position for the new fiscal year beginning July 1. So with that said, I'm not sure if Public Works is even ready to have that person on the burn tree end of it. And I agree with you, as the burn trees move out and that project winds down, tree mortality picks up. We absolutely agree with that. But I will let you know that indeed, having been in contact with the individual, do want to bring him in and chat with him a little bit, and we need to determine as to how we're going to bring him in, whether it's a contract or extra hire.
So so in the governor's declaration, in the state of emergency,
Yes.
you can bring them in under contract.
Yes, absolutely we can.
And we should have already. You know, it's about setting up a process that we don't know very much about. And a person like that is in the industry, knows about it, it would probably be way easier for that person to, and quite frankly, a lot more efficient for that person to come in and do this. And I've been trying to move this forward for a month. My issue is, the inner workings of it is, whoever it is, admin, whoever it is, right? My issue is, when trees start falling down, we have a safety issue, and that is happening. I am concerned about safety for our people. That's my issue. Okay? So we need to move on it now.
Well, I won't argue that point. And again, we have been moving on it, and but that individual, that individual was designed. We actually designed that person to come in for tree mortality. The burn tree issue was quite frankly an afterthought. I met with Public Works Director, and he said last week he'd like to use them for a burn tree as well. So that's where that actually came into the mix at that point. I too, in the administrative office, is also concerned about public health and safety regarding those trees. That individual, whether they're here or not at this point, would still be held, as far as the burn trees, not tree mortality, but the burn trees, to waiting for the arborist to do the work, and Public Works can speak more to that effect, because that's the first thing that needs to be done as Public Works works on getting the data from the arborist to let the contracts under the RFP. So we're actually doing the RFP to let the contracts. So I'm not sure what that person could be doing for burn trees at this particular moment, but I can tell you that definitely we're working on it, and definitely we talked about tree mortality initially for this individual, but I agree with you that indeed he should be able to assist with the burn tree program as well, and we will be doing that.
So I know that you're doing your best, you stated, I'm not sure what he could be doing about the burn tree removal right now.
Just at this particular moment, because again, they're pulling the trigger. The board will hopefully be pulling the trigger today to let the contract for the arborist, who will, my understanding is, not to steal their thunder, but will be getting boots on the ground this week. And that's a good thing. But the reality is that the critical thing is, and I know we're on agreement on this, is we need to get boots on the ground to remove those trees. That's our concern. And back to the issue with the hazard trees. What I can tell you, and Robert Packinger can elaborate a little bit more on this, we had a discussion last week as to what about those trees that are ready to fall today. One of the things the arborist can do, and hopefully will do, is go out and mark the high hazard trees and let us know exactly which high hazard trees are as they're moving through an area immediately. Okay? I spoke with the auditor's office as well. We might be able to use some of our own crews as a stop-gap measure for those emergency trees. And that is a real concern, and I agree with that 100%. So not to say that puts the individual on to diminish the need of the tree expert. We absolutely need to use that person. Again, bringing them in for burn trees and then tree mortality is one winds down, one winds up, I think is a great idea. But just to let you know that indeed we are, and let the board know, we are doing some stopgap measures, and actually that was an idea that came out of Public Works, and again, I checked with the auditor's office last week as far as reimbursement for using our own staff on a temporary basis until the contractor comes in and actually starts removing the trees.
So once you bring the contractor in, then you will have a delay because they're going to have to go out and identify other contractors, subcontractors to be able to do that or put that whole process together.
Well, the real idea is for the arborist. The arborist is going to have probably a good 3-week, maybe even a month-long lead time before a contractor comes in. Not to mention the public works staff to go out and take care of the high hazard trees in the interim. So there's going to be a lead time there. The idea is, and Public Works can elaborate on this, is to hire not just one contractor. They may hire one or they may hire several, okay? The bottom line is for the arborist to move forward in an area, mark the trees, the contractor and contractors come in and backfill behind them. Similar to the way Department of Toxic Substances Control came in and did the hazardous material removal on the properties before the ash removal and debris could be removed behind that by CalRecycle. So I think that would be the idea, is to kind of follow that model. One follows the other. But certainly we cannot wait. We absolutely cannot wait for the arborist to look at the entire burn and mark trees and identify trees before we let a contract. Absolutely not. We need to move on this now.
Now it was like a month ago.
It's been a while, yes.
Yeah. So again, I request that you get that you bring the consultant in so that they can start the process of getting this. The arborist is going to be rolling.
Right.
And really, there is nobody behind him until that process develops.
And Public Works is working on that. Well, not as we speak because he's here, but the RFP we're hoping will be out by the end of this week so that the board can let the RFP and that a contract can be awarded.
You can bring in the consultant without an RFP.
Understood. Consultant is different. I'm just stating. I want to let you know and let the board know. Be assured this is moving forward. Is it moving as fast as we would have liked it? I can't say that it is. But I can tell you that it's moving forward today.
Right. Well, thank you for that. And I do think that the two issues blend in together.
They absolutely do.
I mean, we might want to, in the future, if the chair thinks it's a good idea, just have them, back to back on the agenda there, or combined or something.
Yeah.
Like that. Because you're right.
Understood.
I've been working on the tree mortality issue, and every time you step into that, try to put that hat on, it brings in an effective result of bird trees. So it's difficult to discuss one without not having the other on the agenda.
So, I watched environmental health and how that whole process went with the removal process. I thought it was great. What they did is they had a consultant come in and a contractor come in and take that portion of it and work it so that Jason could manage his department and be reported to by, okay? We should have this done now already. I don't want to wait any longer, okay?
We will meet with the individual.
Thank you.
Yes, again, been in contact with him and we plan on meeting with him.
If the board agrees to that, that's I can't do anything all by myself. I can tell you that right now.
So me and Mike have been pushing for hiring the individual for the tree mortality.
Right, which was the idea specifically.
And it's the same individual that would be working on tree mortality that we've been talking about. So.
Yes.
So, it's a person. It's somebody that knows the local area. Has been involved. This is the kind of person we need. That's been involved with forestry. The whole industry. We don't know anything about that in our county anymore. All that stuff went away a long time ago. There's only a few individuals around our county that are remotely capable of even having the concept of what all of that requires. And the sooner that we can just kind of allow those folks to go to work and take that on, I think it's just way more efficient. I'm glad we have arborists coming up. That's really great because that's part of the whole process that we need. But I don't know how I can express it any more clearly than I have, so.
We are still on item number...
Yes, we are.
Okay.
Yes,
It's getting very cloudy.
yes.
They do tend to merge, and they will continue to merge.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other report outs from county? Public comments, please, on this?
Marty Crane. I just want to thank our wonderful staff and expertise. But also, when Mr. Moss was speaking, he initially said something about the Butte fires winding down and the tree mortality is winding up. And I just want to make sure that everyone understands that when you say the Butte fire is winding down, I think we're talking about certain aspects of the county participation in that. In no way for the people that have been impacted so brutally by this Butte fire, no way is it winding down for them. They are, many of them, just starting to come out of the fog and starting to get a grasp on where do I go next and should I turn right or left and where are the resources. So this is going to go on for many, many years for them. So that's all. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Any board comments? Okay. I'd just like to reiterate what Marty said. Winding down is winding down in some aspects of it, but there are hundreds and hundreds of people that have been affected by this catastrophe, and it is not winding down for them. They're just trying to figure out where to land and how they're going to take their next steps in a lot of cases. And some people have taken the next step, but there are still people out there that haven't. And so we have really good folks working on that with Calaveras Recovers and even and everything has its ups and downs and it sometimes takes a little while to get rolling. But in no way, I don't think anybody here on the board even thinks for a moment that it is winding completely down. It is not. There are things that are winding down that have to do with the initial response, and we still are dealing with a lot of that internally, but also with the recovery portion of it. Part of this is dealing with, through the winter with debris flows and things like that, and now we're into the tree removal on right-of-way issues. There's just a ton of things that consistently go on with this. And the folks trying to get back up on their properties, rebuild, issues around that. It's actually, we could probably sit here all day and talk about all of it, but I don't think there's anybody within the county or in the public that thinks it's winding down. We all lived it. We're all still living it, and we'll just continue on until we can get to a point where we're moving past it. But it's going to be here for really.
Excuse me. That's not my point. My point was that there are people out in the community that think that it's over, and that a lot of the people up in those areas aren't even trying to improve their standing. I've heard this. That's why I wanted to address it. I'm not saying that any of you or our county staff or any of that think for one moment that this is over. It's going to go for years. And unless you have been impacted by this and lost everything in a moment like that, you have no way of knowing. And so I think the biggest fear of the people that have been impacted is that we will all forget and go away and go on with our lives and just stop helping. So, like I said all along, if you have a home to go to and a roof over your head, then you are part of the recovery effort and you need to step up. That's all I was trying to say. Thank you.
I apologize if maybe I misspoke. I'll clarify that. When I say winding down, I'm speaking specifically of winding down on the initial recovery efforts, from debris removal to ash removal to now burn tree removal. So again, misspoke on that. Certainly this is a long-term impact. We absolutely understand that. So
I was understood. Right? Yeah. I don't think you misspoke.
Okay. Thank you.
We got it. And, and the debris removal is like almost finished, right? Or did they do their last?
Debris removal is complete.
Plans.
That's fan. Yeah. I think there's one left. Okay. I know that they got the bridge in and they had the last load. So I know that the big issue for poor and adjacent shop was to identify and get a hold of people that weren't in the county, and now to get and exactly, and get the right of entries. By the way, we'll be dealing with right of entries all over again with tree mortality, just for your information.
Thank you.
But at least we have a template.
Thank you. Okay.
Item 3 is from the Public Works Department. Authorize the board chair to execute a professional services agreement between Calaveras County and Tetra Tech Incorporated for arboricultural and tree removal monitoring services due to the Butte Fire incident for an amount not to exceed $1,205,000 and a term ending June 30th, 2018.
Robert Packinger, Public Works, Earl Seberg, Public Works, and we have a Tetra Tech representative. As I alluded to a few minutes ago in the previous discussion, we, in order to be able to be reimbursed from FEMA, there is a process that needs to be undertaken to document every item that's removed. Every tree has to have a picture, GPS, coordinates, and justification, not only the trees, but the limbs and the stumps that are remaining either in the right-of-way or on private property that may pose a hazard to the right-of-way. The contract with Tetra Tech has experience doing this type of work. They completed the work in Lake County doing the same type of thing. Tetra Tech will be under contract to also help us with the rights of entry that are necessary to move in with onto the private property to remove the trees that are on private property. They're going to be helping us with public information. We'll plan on town hall type of meeting to discuss or to let the public know what's going on out there. They will also monitor what's going on once the trees start to be removed. They need to complete all that paperwork. Tree removal process has to be documented, very well documented, and FEMA is going to be the recipient of all of these items.
Okay. And so I know you guys are going to work closely with assessors or auditor controller's office, right, on this. So that's one of the reasons why we're getting this arborist, so that we can report out correctly.
That's correct.
Tetra Tech has not just experience here in California, but nationally. They do this in Florida, Texas, and other places, and we've gone back and checked the references, and they've come up with very high remarks on that. So they've done several things in California as well as around the country. So they're very well experienced in this. I'm sorry. They're very well experienced with this. They do this nationally, both in Texas, Florida, and other places around the country, including California. So they're very well experienced. We've gone back and checked references back to 2011 in Texas. They've had no issues with them with follow-up audits and things of that nature, so they feel they're very well prepared. So we think this will leave us in the best position as this moves forward to seek full and complete reimbursement from FEMA.
And all of that, their costs are reimbursable as well.
Correct.
Correct. We've also reached out to the auditor controller to discuss invoicing issues and things like that ahead of time so that we don't encounter any problems later on.
Okay.
Question? So, Robert, can you clarify, as I understand this, the contract is for $1.2 million reimbursable by FEMA and Cal OES. And we see this work being done through June 30th, 2018.
That's correct. The length of time is necessary because of the paperwork that needs to be prepared and submitted to FEMA. That's what takes the time. They're ready to move right now. We've already met with them. We'll have a kickoff meeting tomorrow. They understand that we need to start gathering the data and preparing the documentation so that we can get the contractor in to start removing those trees, or our own workforces to remove the most hazardous trees. But so that part of the effort's happening probably starting already today. We'll issue them the notice to proceed today. But the ongoing documentation, there's GPS mapping that needs to be prepared and so forth and so on that FEMA requires, and that will take some time.
It's a very detailed contract, which I was very impressed by. Initially, it says that there's a little over 5,800 trees that have been identified. If there's going to be more trees identified, does this change the contract amount at all?
If there are any changes to the contract amount, I have to return to the Board of Supervisors for any changes that would affect that contract amount. We anticipate that it's going to be less. We've gone up through those areas, and all throughout time, the last few months, PG&E crews have been removing quite a number of trees. So on all the roads that we've identified, there's been some work. That work has been ongoing. And so we anticipate that there will be less than that amount, but that's the upper amount that we put in there.
And then this is just dealing with the public right-of-ways or trees that may fall into a public right-of-way. This does not deal with private landowners and tree removal, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay. Any public comments?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
No. Oh, there's more county.
So just because you had a question in terms of the length. So how this works is FEMA, under a presidential declaration, categorizes the projects in particular ways. So this particular project is it's a hazardous debris project. And so the time frame is 6 months from date of declaration. So date of declaration was September 9th. So you have 6 months from date of declaration to complete the removal of that debris. Once that happens, that 6-month window passes, which it did, the state can do an extension of an additional 6 months. So that would take us to September 8th. Once that day occurs, the state no longer has the authority to extend. The federal government would actually have to extend that project. And we would have to have very good reason why the debris removal did not occur in a 12-month period. So that's where we are right now. And so we have asked, we put in the letter of extension to extend it through December of, I can't remember what the date was that I put on that letter, 17, I think. But we're waiting to hear back. So that's the only thing that everyone needs to be completely aware of, is the state doesn't have the authority to extend past that 12-month period. Only the federal government does. What doesn't help us is Lake County is, for the most part, done with their project. I think that if we hadn't had another large fire hazard at the same time, they wouldn't be comparing us to each other, but they're comparing Calaveras to Lake and Lake to Calaveras on many instances. So that's not really working in our favor. So as we get more information, we'll certainly make sure that you're privy to anything that we would hear with regards to any issues for that extension, but that's where we're at this point. Okay? Which goes back to why it is absolutely imperative that this gets done as quickly as possible.
Thank you.
During this process, this current process, we've been working with Cal-OES office, Dave Billings, and various officers from the departments, and they've been pretty helpful. They have reviewed our documents, and there's a requirement that we do turn in our documents to them so that they can review them, and they have not expressed any problems with our current documentation. We continue to have meetings with them, and I believe Monday we're going to have ongoing meetings. During this process, I also worked with Lake County, and they were in a slightly different position in regards to their effort. They were willing to accept certain risks in processing their work, and when I say risks, they understood that the way that they proceeded, they were at risk of not getting reimbursement, but they were able to accept those risks. I was working on a different assumption where we couldn't accept those risks, so I tried to do as best of a product here to make sure that we do receive the maximum reimbursement possible.
Sure, and then there's other things too, like the removal, for the hazardous removal. I mean, our roads and everything else have been just packed up in that area. So, I mean, you cannot just throw more into it when there's already too much into it. And so I understand all of that. The process is to roll along. And I also understand the fact that the arborists took a while. There's not a whole lot of people that do that, really, or companies that do that. So I'm not putting a blame on anybody. I just want to move along.
Robert, Lake County's issues are different than ours, though, aren't they? They're more looking at the burn trees that they're removing. We have the burn trees plus tree mortality, correct?
Correct, but
Okay, so we're not comparing apples to apples in the two, correct?
Well, we are according to the
FEMA?
Yes.
So they regard it the same way, even though it's a whole different scenario?
Right. The project for the burn tree removal or debris removal is reimbursable under FEMA. The tree mortality has not been a declared federal disaster.
Oh, so that has not been cleared yet? No. Okay.
we're focusing entirely on just
On
the
the
burn
burn
trees. That's correct.
Okay, so we're not talking about the beetle kill that we...
No.
Okay, now my second question is, where are all these burn trees going? I'm looking through this contract and that's not a part of our concern in the contract?
It's not a part of the arborist.
Not right now, but we will use Tetra Tech to see if they could help us identify locations for the debris management sites. That's something that I alluded to earlier. The debris management sites need to have an environmental review. FEMA needs to look at what those sites are, and so we'll be moving on that. As soon as this is done, I get the request for proposals for the tree removal contractor out, and we'll be looking then at the debris management sites.
Okay, I thought I saw in this contract it talked about removal and the equipment, et cetera, to do it.
They need to keep a track of every tree as it is being removed.
The arborist.
The arborist.
Okay.
This contract, they will have a complete documentation from every part of where that tree is, from where it's cut
And
down
another
to
contractor
disposal.
will take the tree down and get rid of it, is what you're saying?
That's correct.
Okay, so this is a fairly complex operation.
And those are the rules that FEMA has us abiding by.
Sure, I have no doubt.
So we were talking about the other contract before this. That's what we were talking about.
I know, I was getting very mixed up.
Yeah. And now we're talking about the arborist contract. That's what our agenda item is.
Right.
So I do have a question. When you talk about debris management angle of it, you're going to bring that back to the board within what time frame?
As soon as we could find some sites, we need to identify or have an idea of how big of a area we need, depending on the numbers of trees that Tetra Tech tells us that we need.
So we do know that there's we've, in the contract, identified 5,800 possible trees that they removed, so that would be the high end. I mean, so we at least have a ballpark of
Right.
how much space we're going to need. So, I mean, I would like to see, something identified pretty
We've been-
rapidly. I know that there's a yard in Wallace right now that is already up and running. So I'd like to see that utilized by you guys, if at all possible, because it's there and it's accessible. If that's a possibility, and if not, then where are the other sites? Because I know that we're talking about getting back to the tree mortality issue, maybe even doing a county site. So.
Perhaps this is where, well, what I envision listening to Supervisor Edson is that the consultant that he had in mind would be the one that may be able to resolve some of those, look for those sites, identify the sites, help us with that.
So, but I just, when are we going to have that information back before us? If you're hiring the arborist now, you're going out there and you're trying to get the trees removed as quickly as possible, at that point, you're going to need to take the trees somewhere.
We need to know sooner than later because FEMA needs to do the environmental review for that site that's identified. So before we can even put the tree at the site, we need to have that work done. So it needs to be done now. I'm not sure exactly when I could bring that back to you. I'd have to talk to Brian to see if we could get that help, and or we do it ourselves.
So, okay.
So,
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
right. So, back to the request that I had, I would like to see it this way. When we come back to our next meeting and report out on the Butte Fire, that person has already been engaged. They're already doing the things that they need to do to move this process along quickly, and we are getting a report out. That's what I'd like to see. If the rest of the board, that's just what I'd like to see, so. Okay? But we are on, we have to get back to our agenda item here. Any public comments on our agenda item?
Yes, sir. Peter Ray's gentleman. I'd just like to have maybe a clarification. I'm a simple person. This is not just for public easement, like the headline says. This for $1.2 million? No, 1205000. Anyway, it will go on private properties and able to help the people on private land, right? No. So just strictly public right-of-ways. Okay.
Anything that would affect the public right away.
Right away. Okay. Also, because you have over here a substantial amount of money that you're going to have. Public assistance, great. We've been having public assistance for the past couple of months, but they are not exactly cheap. It's looking at $270 an hour. Also, as it was not mentioned, maybe it was oversight, but it's going to cost the county a few dollars also. It's not just FEMA and OSHA. They said between $300,000 and $1,000. It's going to cost the county a few dollars also. And is there some way that you can assist private property owners on this expense, since they're paying for it, get them involved in it? And I'm glad you folks went all the way to Delaware to get a corporation to come in here and straighten us environmental issue in Calaveras County, all the way to Delaware. So my concern is that we are going to put in money. I have no problem with it, okay? But I would like to see if individual property owners gets benefit out of it also. Now, they're going to have, mentioned they're going to charge you for helping people with insurance and etc. So you're putting in a lot of mush in here also that basically say, hey, we're not going to do anything for you, but we're going to help you with insurance. Well, they've been doing insurance. I mean, it's kind of, which way it's going to go? It would be nice to clear. I know you've already bought, and I support you on it. But there's a lot of stuff, little sticky fingers in here also.
30 seconds.
So that, take a look at it. As long as they report the finances to that lady behind me, that's fine. But I just hope there's no funny business by anybody. Thank you.
Just clarification on the financing part. FEMA pays 75%. Calaveras pays 75% of the remaining 25%, leaving the county responsible for about 6.25%, which is about $75,000, just a little over that.
One correction on that. On the debris removal, the state has agreed to pay 100% of the 25%.
I'm just going off what it was saying in the board.
Yes, assuming that we get it
Get
done.
it done.
Yeah.
All right, so I want to address what Peter was asking about, because he's right. That, it may not be clear for the public and the public benefit. The public benefit is that a tree, these trees are, and the arborist probably knows more than I do about this, but I'm just going to put it out there. The trees are weakening right now. They're dead. So they're standing there and they're dead. And they're going to fall over. And they're going to fall over in public right away. They're going to fall over on roads. And they're going to fall over in places where public goes. That is the public benefit right there, Peter, that we are going to remove this stuff so that it's a public safety issue, so that we don't have those issues. And that's why we need to get her done quickly. And so we have the arborist now. He's going to be able to go out there and identify the very hazardous ones, I'm sure, right off the bat. And then whatever process that they come up with, because I'm not a forester, I don't know about it, right? But I know that we need the right people in the right place to get her done. And that's why, that's the public benefit. None of us want any of these trees, branches, or anything else falling on somebody when they're driving down the road or walking or biking or whatever it is. That's what the public right-of-way is, and that's why we need, as a county, to be able to protect our citizens by removing this hazard from that area, from those areas. It's just one part of a whole process. We know about, the private property owners. That's a huge issue.
It's right?
Yeah. So, okay. All right. So, and that's a different agenda item actually. So, we're on this agenda item and like to stay with it. So. Any other board comments?
Make a motion to approve contract with Tetra Tech Incorporated.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion by Supervisor Conti, a second by Supervisor Wright. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Good. Thank you.
The next item, item 4, is from the Auditor Controller to approve an agreement between Calaveras County Council of Governments and the county for services for a total not to exceed $25,000 per year from July 1st, 2016 through July 30th, 2019.
So we have had a contract with the Council of Governments for 3 years preceding this contract. They were with the county treasury and with all of our service departments, and then they left, went to the City of Angels, and then we brought them back into the county. So this is just an extension, really, of the same service that we've been providing for the last 3 years for them, and we would like to see that relationship continue.
Okay. Any public comments? Board comments? Have a motion, please.
So move.
A motion by Supervisor Calaveras.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Kearney. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 5 is from the Planning Department to approve a professional services agreement between the County of Calaveras and Ascent Environmental for preparation of the environmental impact report for the medical cannabis cultivation and commerce ordinance for an amount not to exceed $172,127 with a term ending December 31st, 2017.
Good morning, Peter Maurer, Planning Department. department. We put out a request for proposals, had 4 different proposers. This proposal we felt was the most responsive to the need of the county for preparing the EIR for this ordinance. It was in the middle range of the costs, and we're recommending that you approve the contract so we can move forward with preparing the EIR and getting a permanent ordinance in place. Do you have any questions?
Who's going to pay for it? How's it going to be paid for?
It is, I included money in my budget. We intend to recommend when a fee is adopted for processing applications under this ordinance that reimbursement, that the cost of this be included in that fee so the general fund can be reimbursed.
Any questions from the public?
Was this put out to bid? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Who's the list of the bidders?
Hey, Peter?
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Can the public see the list of the bidders? Because there's got to be somebody who's going to be creditable for both sides. Was there any other bids put in for this $100,000 some dollars? Thank you.
As I mentioned, there were 3 other bidders. Their proposals are available for public review in our office.
Any other public comment?
Bill McManus. As I understand what Mr. Morrow was saying, he's asking the board to spend $172,000 for an EIR that's going to be needed down the road and paid for with fees that haven't been approved yet to reimburse later on. So the county is going to be fronting the money on a promise that fees to those who benefit from this, which is a private industry, not government, is going to be repaid. And I would line that up against the same promises we heard that fees were going to pay for enforcement and other issues in this county based on permits. And now you stand at about 5% or less of compliance in getting those fees to move your other ordinance forward. And you don't even have a permanent ordinance ready to go. We're still operating under an urgency temporary ordinance. And yet you want to turn around and spend $175,000 for the benefit of a single industry. Perhaps you can explain it to me. I don't understand a lot of these technical things. Thank you.
Vicki Ranke, Angels Camp. I'm kind of piggybacking on what Mr. McManus just said. This whole process for me as a citizen and sitting in board meetings and planning commission meetings, that this whole process for this marijuana cultivation has been all upside down and backwards. We go about doing everything ahead of time with some, like he said, some promises. I've never, and I'm not saying that I agree with the way we treat builders and people who come here to try to start a business, because we usually put so many roadblocks. But this business, I can tell you, the majority of the people in Calaveras County are not happy about this business coming to our county. And then seeing you guys all bending over backwards to try to get everything done, and I agree, $200,000 spending for an EIR, let's see, there was an asphalt plant that couldn't start because their EIR wasn't finished. This is just nonsense. I don't even understand how we even come up with this idea that we're going to pay for an EIR for an industry that, again, isn't legal here yet. I mean, it's got some things going on. But so anyway, I just want to say as a citizen, I think that this is just the wrong thing. We shouldn't be talking anything about any EIR until we've decided how our county is going to handle cultivation of commercial marijuana. Thank you.
So back in February, the board met in a very long public session and gave the county direction, gave the county staff direction of how you wanted to regulate marijuana cultivation and commerce. In order to proceed with adoption of an ordinance. It's a project under CEQA. We need to do an environmental document. Based on the controversy and the potential threat of litigation, we felt that it was most appropriate to prepare an EIR. There was an article in paper yesterday that Mendocino County has been sued over their urgency ordinance, inadequate CEQA analysis. It's prudent for us to prepare an EIR. You have to prepare the EIR before you can adopt the ordinance, state law. So we have to go through this step in order to adopt the permanent ordinance. It puts the regulations in place that controls the impacts. We can identify mitigation measures that would reduce the potential impacts of this industry on the county and on the environment and its residents. So I recommend that we move forward with this. I know there are people that are, would rather we not allow cannabis cultivation in this county. But so far, the direction from the majority of the board was that we are going to regulate it, and this is the next step in the process to adopt permanent regulations and a program in place to control this industry.
So, Peter, question: does the EIR, is it related to the ordinance? An ordinance, if you were to change, make an ordinance, some other land use ordinance or some other type of ordinance, would you also have to do an EIR to change that ordinance?
Yes.
So,
some environmental document. If we could demonstrate that there were no potentially significant impacts, we could prepare a negative declaration or a mitigated negative declaration. Based on the potential impacts, we felt that there could be significant impacts, and therefore an EIR is the appropriate document to prepare. But anytime we adopt an ordinance that regulates any industry, we have to go through the CEQA process. And that's where we're at right now.
Question? So, Peter, I hear quite a bit in second, third, fourth-hand news information. So, we have a potential ballot measure in November that would regulate perhaps cannabis in Calaveras County. So if we approve this particular contract today to start the EIR, in November, if this ballot measure is successful, I understand then if the ballot measure is successful, an EIR is not required.
An initiative is exempt from CEQA. Okay. And so there is a provision in this contract that if an initiative passes the voters, we stop work. And, okay. And the consultant agreed with that. They understood, and that they would not expect full payment of the EIR if it's not done. So we would stop work at that point in time. The initiative would become the operating rules of the county, and that would end the
That
process.
would stop the process
Yes.
of what we're starting here.
Yes.
Okay, the other thing I hear most often is that on the ballot in November, we're going to be recreational marijuana will be on the ballot. So does that have any play on the EIR that we are doing now for this?
We have asked them to look into the potential impacts associated with that as a part of their review. What would happen if the state passed an initiative that would legalize, and how would that affect cultivation in this county?
Okay.
So that's part of the contract.
Okay. I just kind of wanted to bring that out because that's something I hear quite a bit in the community, that it's a big waste of money to be spending this now based on a ballot initiative if it passes. That's a big if. So just wanted to be sure, as I understood the contract too, that the contract can be stopped and there's no, quote, penalties to pay the full price of the contract, is my understanding.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other public comments?
Hello, Mark Bolger with the Calaveras Cannabis Alliance. I firmly agree that our industry should be paying for this EIR. Obviously, the way it's stated is that it has to be paid for by the county. They reimburse through fees from our industry members. We're in full support of that. I think an interesting thing that Debbie Ponte had brought up about if a voter initiative passed and work was ceased or was ordered to be stopped on this EIR, I would think that, whatever costs had been incurred in that time, that our industry still could pay for that. So I don't think it would be a wasted step for this to incur right now. And then if there is associated cost, it still can be covered through registration. So thank you very much.
Council County Taxpayer Association. I'm not sure about this. If a state referendum calls for a ban or allowing an activity, and a local referendum has the opposite purpose, does the local referendum supersede the state referendum, or is it vice versa? It seemed like the state referendum would be a state constitutional amendment. I'm not certain about that, but if that's the case, then it seemed like the state referendum would prevail. Perhaps legal counsel would have an opinion on that. Thank you.
What state referendum are we talking about?
It wouldn't necessarily be a constitutional amendment, and it depends on the language of any state law, whether it's initiative or a legislative act. The way that I understand the initiative for recreational use is fashioned, it's to sort of fit with the recent MRSA legislation that allows local government to control how it's still, just because it's legal to use it recreationally wouldn't necessarily mean that we would be prohibited from regulating it for cultivation or other commercial activities. So at least that's the understanding that we have. I haven't seen the actual language of the initiative that's being circulated at the state level, but that's my understanding of what it says essentially. It's supposed to sort of fit in with the MRSA regulations for medical marijuana use and cultivation.
I guess I just don't want the discussion to get muddied as far as a state initiative for recreational purposes, where this item is for approval of an agreement for an EIR for a local permanent ordinance to regulate medical marijuana, unless and until something happens at the state to expand from medical to recreational purposes as well. That I don't want the discussion to go off kilter from the item that's before the board. Certainly, if something passes for recreational purposes, that would be something that we would be looking at. But as of right now, the permanent ordinance that the board directed staff to work on and what the EIR would be looking at right now only addresses medical, because that is all that is allowed currently.
Any other public comments? Everybody did. Board comments?
I have a comment, Mr. Chair. Mr. Maurer, I know it was brought up in prior conversations regarding this issue. To your knowledge, and I know it to the best of my knowledge, I know of no other industry that we front $172,000 for an EIR. But I also understand the intricate problems we have with this issue. I also understand that this is something that I guess the coalition was supporting, and they even said they could actually make those costs up. I'm not willing to take a gamble with the county's money of $172,000 to wait till November to see what happens. If there's something that the coalition can do, maybe a deposit of funds or something to get this through, I would entertain something of that sort. But I'm not going to use county money for it. At this point, I am against this.
Okay. Any other board comments? Okay. Can I have a motion, please?
Make a motion to approve the professional services agreement for the environmental impact report for the medical cannabis cultivation and commerce ordinance in the amount of $172,127 not to exceed through December 31st, 2017.
Okay, second?
I got a question before, if that's all right.
Sure.
So in November, this will pass. How far along will we be in the EIR process by then? And that's quite a few months out.
It is a 40-week schedule, so we're talking about July, August, September, October, halfway through the process, perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, and then if it is passed, then there's no EIR required at
Correct.
that point.
Chair, I just wanted to add, as far as the initiative is concerned, because it appears that this is part of the concern, when the elections official certifies the signatures, the initiative will be coming to the board, and the board will have the opportunity to either adopt it outright or alternatively directing the elections official to put it on the ballot. Both ways, whether the board adopts it outright or it goes to the ballot in November and is hypothetically passed, it would be exempt from CEQA. So the contract before the board right now has a clause in it to address both situations. If the board were to approve it outright without putting it to the people or putting it on the ballot, there is a termination clause in the contract. Or alternatively, if the board, all of this is speculation at this point, but if the board doesn't and directs the elections official to put it on the ballot, and hypothetically it passes, there would be the termination clause at that point as well.
So you're saying, just to clarify, that if the signatures are verified to be enough, it comes back to our board sometime maybe next month?
Correct.
And then we just need a majority of the vote, or 4/5, or everybody? I mean, what's the...
I believe that it is 4/5, but that would be something that I would be looking at between now and it coming to the board.
Okay. And then if we decided to do nothing, it would just go to the, or we would have to take action one way or
To
another?
direct the elections official to place it on the ballot.
And if we decided not to, then there's, and we just accept it without putting it on the ballot, then it doesn't need an EIR?
It doesn't need an EIR if the board approves it outright under Elections Code Sections 9116 or under 9118. It would go to the ballot and it's passed. So it would have to be passed by either the board or the people.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure I had it right. And so I would suggest that we pull this item until that time when it comes back for that approval, because then we can have that discussion with that knowledge that it's been verified. If the signatures aren't verified, then then we can bring it back as well at that point. But there's no reason to approve it right now if in 2 weeks it comes back and we all decide that we don't want to spend $175,000.
I just want to clarify, unless and until a contract is executed, the consultant cannot begin work. So,
Question, Council, and excuse me, Supervisor Wright. I don't know if this could be a point of order. We have a motion on the floor now, but without a second. If we go ahead and do what Supervisor Wright suggests, how does it affect that motion?
well, the chair needs to call for a second. If there is not a second, then the motion would die for lack of a second, and then you would look and consider if there's another or alternative motion.
Okay, thank you.
And I think I want to make one comment, is that I believe Peter has current appropriations in the 15-16 budget to cover the cost of the contract. By approving the contract before fiscal year end, those funds can then be encumbered. If that's not the case and it comes back in July, then we would have to rebudget that appropriation into next year's budget, the 16-17 budget, which we'll be speaking about later today.
May I make a comment in regards to my emotion? So the reason for my emotion is, emotion, that too probably, motion, is that what I heard today was this was a contract to start an EIR based on an urgency ordinance working towards the more permanent ordinance, which has been the direction of the majority of the board for quite some time. And that's been a promising kind of commitment that I personally feel I've made in talking to people about commercial cultivation of cannabis in Calaveras County. Knowing that this is a budgeted amount, knowing that the intent is that fees will reimburse this particular amount, are all in my mind as we're moving forward, so that the industry overall is paying for this particular EIR. Lots of questions in regards to cannabis operations in Calaveras County, from roads to noise to zoning, just all sorts of things. And it's my understanding that the EIR sorts through this. So I know the initiative is out there. Whether or not it's going to qualify by the registrants in the signatures were not known. Potentially goes to the ballot, potentially gets yes or no. We don't know that yet. There are many unknowns. So my thing is that keeping this moving forward, because I think that's our commitment that we've made to the folks who have concerns and want an EIR to kind of sort through all of this. And if we're delaying it a month or 2 or 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, it just further delays the whole process in getting to the bottom or the end of a permanent ordinance. And seeing that it's written in here that we have several outs, i.e. we do approve the initiative at the board level or the voters, I think is a very secure thing in this particular contract. And that is the reason why I'm making this particular motion.
Okay. So we have a motion on the board. We have a second.
Sure, I'll second it. You convince me.
Okay. And I'd like to make a comment. EIR is required to do an ordinance, the ordinance. One of the things that I know that has been going on for many years, is, and I've seen different grow sites that have been busted with all kinds of chemicals and all kinds of things that are affecting our water table and everything else out there, including the vegetation removal and all of the things that are going out there as the black market reforms. A lot of them aren't being addressed environmentally either. And so I see this as a tool to be able to address those issues and to make sure that that we have even a bigger or a better sense of how we can regulate through this particular with this particular ordinance that we're moving with. So the urgency ordinance right now is going to last a certain period of time, and then it has to go to something, whatever it is. But at the very least, even if it goes back to a ban, if an EIR is placed on this particular industry, black market or not, it's going to have a lot of good tools for us to be able to do whatever we need to do to make sure that it's properly taken care of in the future. There has been nothing up until now. So that's my opinion on it. So I'm going to call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Okay. 3-2.
The next item on the agenda is from the Planning Department to adopt a resolution supporting a conservation easement proposal for the California Department of Conservation Sustainable Agricultural Lands Conservation Program for Oak Canyon Ranch, and enter into an agreement between the county and the Arola 2015 Revocable Trust for limited indemnification and performance of conditions subsequent to county resolution.
Peter Bauer, Planning Department again. This is a request that was submitted by the Arola family. The Oak Canyon Ranch is a 2,300-acre parcel, 3,200-acre parcel, or set of a number of parcels, tract of land in the Copperopolis area. A decade or so ago, a specific plan was approved on this property, would have allowed for 2,000 homes, golf course, resort development. Unfortunately, the timing was not good for it. Shortly after approval, the economic downturn affected real estate development in the county, and the project essentially went belly up. The bank acquired property, and ultimately the Arolas purchased it to continue the cattle operation that they've been running on that property for a number of years. They have been working with an organization known as the California Rangeland Trust to acquire a conservation easement to allow for a continued long-term operation of that ranch as rangeland. Part of the funding mechanism for that conservation easement comes from the state, and the state requires that the county adopt a resolution supporting the acquisition of that conservation easement. The issue associated with this from a planning perspective is that we have identified that in our general plan through adoption of the specific plan for that future development. There is infrastructure issues, road issues. There is Little John Road goes to the middle of the property, goes to the edge of the property. That provides access back to other development, potential future development that's also approved on the books, and that it has a change in the overall picture of future development for that area. Given the growth scenario that we're looking at through the general plan update, the current growth rates we have in the county, and the fact that the property owner has no intention of developing that land, we felt that it was appropriate that this resolution be submitted to you in support of the proposal. Part of the process will be once they continue working with the state and the Rangeland Trust, they will need to come back and amend the general plan and zoning. It's my understanding they intend to enroll this in the Williamson Act, so that would require a zone change as well as changing the general plan from the specific plan designations that's there now to a resource production type of use. And so that's the purpose of the follow-up agreement, that they agree to come back and file those applications once the conservation easement and the approval from the state has been granted. So we are recommending approval of this based on the desires of the landowner to continue the productive use of that property for a cattle ranching operation, and I'm free to answer any questions you may have.
Any public comments?
I am Peter Race from General Inn. I don't want to interrupt you folks on our last item in a point of order, but I want to bring it to your attention publicly so you know about it, and next time, or as soon as possible, you want to consider it. Because if one of the directors, one of the supervisors, have a appearance, potential, or actual conflict of interest, as in prior stepping off because of potential conflict of interest, you're just stepping in a landmine, and you better talk to some legal counsel. You cannot decide, well, today I have a conflict of interest.
Peter, we have to stick with our agenda here. So.
Okay, I'm sorry. Next time I'm going to call a point of order. Somebody has a conflict of interest stated before, and it's ignored this time. And it's a...
Peter, thank you.
You're more than welcome, sir.
Al Segala, Taxpayer Association. And I live in Copperopolis, and I try to keep knowledge of what's been happening in the environment there, in particular for the long-range future, involving development and also commercial viability. It's been very sad to me to see investors invest in our county millions and millions of dollars under a plan to bring about a betterment. I'm talking about the town square, Copperopolis. But the town square can only be done in phases because it requires time and development of the surrounding lands. And as we look back, in my opinion, some of our actions have been very hurtful towards the development of that area. One of them is the denial of the sawmill project, which would allow for convention-type motel, convention-type thing, and more residential. And it may be so that the Oak Canyon Estates project may not have been completely the best thing, or maybe part of it would have been good, but it seems like the wishes of the landowner, of course, need to prevail if we're going to respect property rights. But if the wishes of the landowner are such that it seeks to change the use of a property long into the future, maybe hundreds of years, it goes beyond private property rights at that point. It's something different. So it's good that the Arola family is running cattle, and I think that any barriers that the county is putting up that would hinder their use of the property need to be taken down.
30 seconds.
However, it doesn't make sense to change land that may have better potential someday in the future as part of the new development in Copperopolis, the town square. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Dave Haley, representing Castle and Cook. I'd like to read a couple of things that we feel are important. One, in order to maintain the consistency with existing entitlements and ongoing reviews for projects on the southern Copperopolis boundary, the county should establish the right to define a north-south road right-of-way in the proposed Oak Canyon Ranch Agricultural Land Conservation Easement Agreement. In support for the need to define the north-south access road right-of-way within Oak Canyon Ranch land area, the following is a written directive made by Stephanie Marino, planning director at the time, to Supervisor Russ Thomas, providing direction to the Copperopolis Community Planning Committee dated September 24th, 2007. That directive reads, there's 10 points to it. I'll read only number 1 in the lead paragraph. Staff has reviewed the draft Copperopolis Community Plan as presented by the Copperopolis Community Plan Committee and recommends the following items to further discuss or clarify to provide consistency with the current board policies or direction, or to respond to community issues. 1, the north-south connection providing secondary access to development along Little John Road should be studied as part of the environmental document for the community plan. To maintain consistency with the adopted mitigation measures for the Tuscany Hills, the southern end of this connection should connect to the southwest side of that project. Castle and Cook and other landowners have been working with the county since 2004 to establish this right-of-way. Over the years, the county has provided several studies establishing the need for the right-of-way leading to the preferred road alignment. Castle and Cook followed the lead of the county by spending millions of dollars towards this effort, including acquiring land and hiring consultants. We request that the county to insert the necessary language to notify and protect the right to establish future north-south road access.
30 seconds.
within the Oak Canyon Ranch lands into the Oak Canyon Ranch Agricultural Conservation easement. That is the purpose of this public hearing. Thank you.
Hello, Board of Supervisors. Thank you for the time to speak. My name is Joe Navari. I'm with the California Rangeland Trust, and we have been working throughout California since 1997 to protect important rangeland and the families that work the rangeland in California, including in Calaveras County. I'd like to thank Peter from Planning and Megan also for their help in getting the resolution before you today. We have about 280,000 acres of protected rangelands throughout the state of California, including large easements on ranches like the Hearst Ranch, large pieces of property throughout the state that have been protected in perpetuity for agricultural conservation. So we've done a lot of this. I'd like to let you know we have gotten a lot of letters of support from the community of Copperopolis. We have done quite a bit of public outreach throughout the community, including sending bordering neighboring landowners letters concerning the project. We had to do this in order to receive funds from the Department of Conservation. We have also did a public notice in the newspaper. I'm actually surprised that there is some opposition today, and our door has been open, but I haven't heard anything from anyone other than great idea, great project. So a little bit about the ranch. It has been an agricultural producing rangeland forever. And the Arola family has been ranching that land for more than 60 years. They have been great stewards of the land in the Copperopolis area. They've maintained their properties well. They have been great neighbors. The Arola family over the years have watched the rangelands. They're so vital to the economy of this county dwindle and dwindle and dwindle that they wanted to do something. And once they were able to purchase the property a few years ago, they were in a position to protect that land that they had, that had raised their kids, that had raised their families, that had been so valuable to them and to the ranching community in Copperopolis. So thank you very much for your time. I'm available for any questions if necessary.
Are you real familiar with this plan, obviously?
Yes, sir.
Is the north-south easement a problem?
Not necessarily. That could, my door is very much open to negotiation on that issue. And I'm surprised, since we did so much public outreach, they haven't called me or anything to discuss that situation. The approval today is basically just, we're not really debating the tenets of an easement at this point because I don't really have any funding yet. So this resolution would allow me to get the initial funding to start this project, to start doing those kind of negotiations, for one.
So you're not, basically you're not eliminating the possibility of that negotiations on an easement?
No, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other public comments?
Good morning. Colleen Platt with MyValleySprings.com and the Calaveras Planning Coalition. We just wanted to support this conservation easement. We'd be delighted with it. I think there's many, many reasons for you to support it. As is stated in your resolutions, this would be supporting the general plans, protection of agricultural lands. Agriculture is a vital part of the county economy, and this is a huge rancher and a huge producer that's vital to that area of the county, and you would be doing support for that. Obviously, the current landowner no longer wishes to pursue that development, so that development will not happen on that land anyway. And I would expect that you would support what they've been doing there for 60 years and the ranching community's desires in that area. In addition to that, we did some research, and there are over 2,600 residential lots vacant and approved for that area. So we're not running out of residential land in the Calaveras area. So that shouldn't affect that. There are plenty of already approved developments down there that the lots are approved and then the subdivisions are waiting. And another point that was brought forward is that during some of the Copperopolis community plan meetings, there was many discussions about circulation and traffic in the area. And with the Oak Canyon Ranch, it was a large development. And so there was issues about, are we going to have to go with 4-lane roads or 2-lane roads? So by removing this large development from that equation, you're actually simplifying the process of dealing with the developments in that area. So, and also water was an issue that came up with Sawmill Lake. So by removal of this large development from that equation, you're actually making it easier for future developments to not have to deal with the resources that this development would have used. It would have used a lot of water and it would have used a lot of traffic. So by removing that, you're actually making it a little bit easier for the other developers in the area to move forward. So we wanted to point that out also.
30 seconds.
I think that's all I have to say. Thank you.
I'm Bill Arola, and I'm asking you to support our agricultural easement on the property. It's been in the family for a while. We recently purchased it. It was a situation where it was a year-to-year lease for like 40 years. We'd come out of the mountains, not know if we were going to have a place to put the cattle during the winter because of development. Now we own it. We know when we come out of the mountains there'll be a place for the cows, and I would wish that you would support our easement. I also want to thank the planning department and Peter for coming out, going on a tour of the ranch. And I invite each and every one of you, if you want to take a look at the ranch, notify me and we'll look at it. It's a beautiful piece of property. Should never have homes on it. Thank you.
Any other public comments? Board comments?
I have comments. So I support this endeavor on behalf of the Arola family. I had the opportunity to tour the ranch primarily prior to election and then during this particular time. And happy to see that the Arolas can own it and have a place to put their cattle on a permanent basis and keeping it rangeland. This has been a hot topic discussion in years past with the Copperopolis community plan that is not formalized. The general plan, lots of discussion in regards to water and circulation and all sorts of other kinds of services related to that piece. Before I was elected, it went into some sort of foreclosure bankruptcy mode and has been for sale for quite some time, available for almost anyone to buy it. So I was happy to see that we have a local ranching family who's acquiring it and wishes to put it in some sort of trust to keep it rangeland for years to come. And I believe they have the right to do so as that property owner, and I'm happy to see and be able to support this going forward. So as it was mentioned today, this is the first step in many steps for them to follow. And the public comment made today about road possibilities, I would encourage Castle and Cook to contact the Arola family, and perhaps you can find some sort of compromise there. But other than that, I support this wholeheartedly.
Okay. Any other board comments? May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, thank you.
Item 7 is from the Administrative Office, the appointment of applicants to serve on various committees, commissions, advisory boards, and county service areas. We have 2 applications. One is for the Murphy Cemetery District. This vacancy was advertised as part of the annual advertisement done in 2015, and an appointment was never made. We have 1 application from Patricia Cripe, and we have an application for the Planning Commission for the representative of District 5. This vacancy was advertised on May 17th in the Calaveras Enterprise and the Valley Springs News. We have 1 application from Benjamin Stopper.
Any public comments? Board?
Can I bring Mr. Stopper up and introduce him before we vote, or would you like it after?
Oh, yeah, let's bring him
After?
up. Let's bring him up.
No, I like bring him up now.
Yeah, bring him up.
Mr. Stopper. This Ben Stopper is the applicant for the Planning Commission. He took time out of his busy schedule today to be here, and I'll let you speak for yourself.
I've advocated for finishing the general plan for years. I full-heartedly believe in people's personal property rights. There's a lot of work to be done, and we really need to work on moving forward as a community and still moving forward in a healthy way so that we can keep the great things like our rural county going. And I have a lot of interest in getting the general plan done to that point.
Thank you, Ben.
Yeah, thank you.
You don't have to be so nervous. Calm down. All right. We have a motion, please?
I move to approve.
All right.
I'll second.
Second by, I have a motion by Supervisor Kearney, second by Supervisor Ponte. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Go board.
You are now Commissioner Stopper. Elect.
We're going to take a 5-minute break, please. Commissioner Stopper, that sounds pretty good, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Okay, you ready? All right, so we'll move on to consent agenda. Consent agenda items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. They will be acted upon by the board at one time without discussion. Any board member, staff member, or interested party may request removal of an item from the consent agenda for later discussion. Are there any members of the public that wish to remove a consent agenda item? How about the board? Any members of the board wish to remove a consent agenda item?
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Okay, so I have a motion by Supervisor Wright, second by Supervisor Ponte. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Took care of the consent agenda. I think that's the first time that ever happened. Supervisor announcements, board member announcements in compliance with AB 1234, chaptered as Government Code Section 53232.3D is this is the time for board members to report on meetings attended on behalf of the county and carry out their duties as county supervisor. Who would like to go first?
I'll go first.
Okay.
So I attended a couple of the tree mortality meetings, one here locally, and well attended. And we have, I think, all the players now, including PG&E and some private contractors, along with SBI, CAL FIRE, and many others, basically reflecting what they've done at the state level. Yesterday, Brian Moss and myself attended the statewide task force on tree mortality, where we are now, it's kind of one of those sad, good things, I guess. We're now part of the 10 priority counties to deal with the tree mortality issue, and we officially now, we're no longer transitional.
Okay.
Yeah, we're now, there's no actual change, it's just that we're now officially part of the 10 priority task force. And that's a good thing in the sense, at least it brings more attention to our problem with the tree mortality issue. It's only going to get worse, unfortunately. And part of the long discussion that went on yesterday was the fact that I learned that part of the budget money that CAL FIRE is getting is actually going to go towards, specifically towards, targeted towards private landowners being able to apply for funds. And this is new. I didn't realize that they had set aside. So they have in between $5 and $6 million they're going to have for the budget that will go. It's not very much money. So let's hope that it's just a beginning. But at least it's something that's going to go towards where private landowners who have small forest lands or any, even small houses that are surrounded by very large trees, they're going to be able to apply for those funds to help folks out. Because that's where my priority is dealing with, people who are on fixed income, just don't have. You have people using up their life savings to take away these dead trees. And then there's some people that, don't have that much life savings to deal with it. So it's a real problem out there. So I was really happy to hear that CAL FIRE is going to get that money, knock on wood, the final budget is approved that way. And hopefully that will just be the beginning of that program. So I was encouraged, and I think that was the kind of the highlight of a long discussion, and we're just getting going. I have a hard time with it because it seems to me a pretty basic thing. You identify where the dead trees are, the crew goes out, cuts the dead trees down, you take it to some place to utilize the wood, and that's it. And how hard can it be? But unfortunately, it appears that it is indeed a very challenging thing to do on this landscape level. So I'm glad that we're not ahead of the game, but we're not. We're not as far behind as we could be, and especially with our experience with the tragic Butte fire. At least we kind of have an idea of how to respond to it. So that's my report.
Let's go next.
Since the last meeting, I attended as a member of COG, the COG board meeting. I also attended JPA 12 Area Agency on Aging meeting in Sonora. And I attended a Commission on Aging meeting after that as sort of a de facto member. I've been going since I've been sworn in to their meetings every chance that I get. I wanted to make one little comment in connection with what Chris just said, that one big concern with our older population, especially since they may not be physically capable or financially capable of these beetle kill trees, as I colloquially call them. So that is a big problem, and that's on the minds of the Commission on Aging and JPA 12 Area Agency on Aging, and I'll share more with you when I have more, but that hasn't been forgotten. It's a very, very big concern. Today is Flag Day. There's a lot connected to it. I'll just draw attention to it for everybody. We're lucky we still live in a nation where we have a flag and we can salute it. Before we have our next meeting on the 21st, I have a solid waste task force meeting. It is on the 20th at 4:30 p.m. in the San Andreas Town Hall. There is a survey. I am asking Public Works to share it with the whole board if I can get it done, but you can also come to that meeting. It's the culmination of a lot of work that we're going to do on our future in the solid waste industry and how we should handle it as a county. Also on the 25th of June, which is the last Saturday in June, as we have done every year for many, many years, the Valley Springs Boosters are putting on fireworks over New Hogan Reservoir. If you want to attend the fireworks at New Hogan Reservoir, there's no charge that I'm aware of. If you'd like to attend the VIP barbecue, you can go to Umpqua Bank in Valley Springs. It's $50 a person to attend. It is how the fireworks are paid for. It is a locally funded, citizen-funded event. It's always a lot of fun. It's attended by thousands of people. Having been a merchant in the area, I can tell you it really boosts the business, and it's a good thing. I'm proud to have been a part of it for many, many years. I'm looking forward to it again. Thank you.
Thank you for being part of that. That's been like a really great thing for that part of the county forever.
Thank you.
And I know that you've been a key player in that. So
I have been called Mr. Fireworks in the past.
I noticed that.
On Wednesday the 8th, I attended the Calaveras Tree Mortality Task Force meeting, and that is in addition to the state task force committee that I'm a member of with Supervisor Wright. Unfortunately, due to a personal appointment for a funeral, I could not attend Monday's meeting. Thank you, Supervisor Wright and Mr. Moss, for taking that information for me. Calaveras tree mortality meeting went very well. We're starting to establish our work groups, and we're establishing our criteria for reimbursement from FEMA and state OES for our public right-of-way bug tree death program, if that's the right way to put it. There are provisions made that bug trees that have died will be removed in the public right-of-ways, including public and private lands, which was quite surprising. If they can determine that that tree would actually damage the public utility, be it water, electricity, things of that sort, county roadways, due to the easements going out from the center of the road, that those trees will be part of the state and federal program, in addition to what we're doing on the mortality on a state level. So that's good news. I'm very pleased to hear that we did have some funds available for a private sector. Once again, in my district, that's a great, huge problem with our bug tree kill program, and I'm glad to see we're making at least baby steps in that direction. I did meet with Captain Macedo and a gentleman by the name of Bob McGinnis. Bob McGinnis is a retired chief of police of San Leandro Police Department, undersheriff, assistant sheriff for Alameda County Sheriffs, which is since retired, and also a consultant in retention and recruiting for law enforcement. We had a 2-hour meeting where we discussed programs and things that were successful in those particular agencies, thinking out of the box and trying to develop new ways of recruiting for our law enforcement needs. And we walked away from that 2-hour meeting with a great understanding what can happen, and also a commitment from Mr. McGinnis, who works as a consultant to provide any type of information and cooperation he can provide free of charge, which is huge. So once again, building up our public safety, making it back to where we have a safe level of manning our beats. 4th of July parade coming up in Murphy's and Arnold, especially the Arnold area and the White Pines area. I'll be part of that. We will be attending some other meetings as my committee schedule allows. Thank you.
A couple of things. First, I just want to thank everybody for their well wishes and support. I did have major surgery a couple of weeks ago, and everything went well, and was told to have some limited duty. So instead of the 12-hour days, I knocked it down to about 8. But anyway, it gave me lots of time to read at home and catch up. So I just want to thank everybody again for their well wishes and support. During that time, I attended an EMS meeting, and we have some follow-up meetings scheduled for later this month in regards to some contractual issues with the EMS agency in Calaveras County. So we'll keep the board apprised as I can, and as it comes to some sort of terms of agreements. Also attended a couple of meetings in regards to the taxation model on commercial cannabis, and we'll be having our special meeting next Tuesday for further discussion on that and possible vote. I will be attending a Destination Angels Camp meeting this week. It's their quarterly meeting, and hearing more about the activity in the Angels Camp area. We also want to, because I had time to stay home, I was able to watch the election from afar, and want to congratulate Dennis on his success of representing District 4, taking office January 1, and a heartfelt thanks to Ann and Sherry for stepping up and running in the election. And from my point of view, it looked like a pretty clean race, and was happy to see 3 people step forward, and I hope to work with Dennis in a transitional plan over the next several months as we transition Dennis into the election, or the office. And that's all I have at the moment.
So that does bring up that jogs my memory there. So congratulate Mr. Garamendi for taking the chance out there, and it was a squeaker, but he did win. So I'll be working closely with him. I'll continue to work closely with him over the next few months in the transition as well.
Yeah, he had to put up like 3 signs.
I think he took him down.
Hard. So, okay, so for me, Monday I had a meeting at the Humane Society, and they pretty much laid out what their plans are for the future, and their new facility that they plan on building up there. It's I think it's a really good program that they want to do up there, and I know that our county folks are working with them to develop however it's going to work out, so I was very pleased to see how organized it is and how they plan on moving forward. The Calaveras Recovers Group is working on butte fire recovery. Red Cross has put out a bid for a project manager for that group, and so I was just kind of wondering where that process was. I got a hold of them last week, and they said they're reviewing applicants. They've had several applicants. They're reviewing applicants, and that position should be filled for 1 year within 2 weeks, somewhere around 2 weeks. So that's, I think, pretty important moving forward, because I know that Debbie is off for a little while, so that'll help out a lot. This weekend I was up in Mountain Ranch, up in your area, at the hall with Calaveras Has Talent, and boy, there's some really good talent up there this weekend, and so that's always very entertaining. I'll give a little plug here. Our district attorney, Barbara Yook's daughter, Tegan, came up and did a song, and I got to tell you that one song isn't enough when you hear her sing. So we tried to get her to sing another song, but unfortunately, the internet went down right at that moment. So the music wasn't available for the second song, but she's come a long ways in the years that I've known her. I remember the first time that I seen her sing was the national anthem. It was about 4 years ago, I think, and she's really developing into a great vocalist. And on the ballots, I am very happy that the RCD passed. I want to thank the voters of Calaveras County for taking a look at that resource conservation district and deciding that it is time for Calaveras County to have one, and they passed it. It was a pretty good margin. I am very pleased. I'd like to thank Dennis Mills for helping with that effort. We brought it through LAFCO last year. It actually got it going and through pretty quickly. Usually it takes a couple of years. We got it, I think, in 8 months. So we did. I think we did everything we could to bring it into this election cycle, and I'm very pleased with the voters that they approved it and voted for it, and I believe it will help our county immensely when it comes to the many issues around water, flood, wildfire danger, all the things that will, and agriculture for sure, keep it local here and allow us to make some great strides. I am still in the running, so I'll be run off with my opponent in the supervisor race for District 1, and I'm happy to, we are tied exactly at 1,068. Pretty amazing. Three times, almost three times in that on Tuesday, so looking forward to November election.
Right now. I did want to mention on the RCD, thanks to Bob Dean as well. He did a great job of moving that forward in spite of me telling him, that I didn't think it was going to pass. So I definitely commend Bob for continuing to push that forward. I think especially without his initial effort, it may have slipped at least another year or two. So.
Well, Bob actually called for the first meeting for it, and then we went to that. So you need to be more optimistic.
Well, yes, I'm working on that. Maybe in a few months.
Yeah. All right, so staff.
The only announcement that I would have is that it's already been published in the paper, but we will be holding a special meeting on the 21st for the extension of the urgency ordinance, and then any other items that come up that will be agendized accordingly. So.
Diane, you have anything?
I do not. Thank you.
All right, so
Mr. Chair, before we break, I just ask for a moment's silence for 49 citizens who lost their life
to do that
to a maniac terrorist. Thank you.
Thank you for bringing that up, Supervisor Kern. So we're going to adjourn now until 1:30 when we will begin our budget hearings. So meeting adjourned. So we'll go ahead and start. We see new faces here, so welcome to our 2016 budget hearing. We're going to start just as soon as the activity settles down in that room. There we go. All right, so I'll just turn it over to Shirley.
Thank you, Supervisor Edson. We are here to discuss the fiscal year 16-17 recommended budget. If my computer would work. There we go. Anyway, technical difficulties. So briefly, I'll go over the budget hearing schedule, which is we'll be doing our presentation first. Behind us, the Sheriff's Office will be doing a presentation, then tomorrow morning probably the District Attorney's Office, Public Works, and the County Library. We'll talk about economic indicators. Mary Rose will discuss where we are third quarter for 15-16, the current year, 16-17's budget development, and the recommended budget summary for 16-17. I will go over the department requests, looking ahead, conclusions, and recommendations. So, as I said, budget hearings will begin now. And we have tentative schedule for subsequent days starting at 9 o'clock in the morning for tomorrow, Thursday, and if necessary, Friday. I'm hoping we'll have as good a time as last year and get through this a little quicker and not have to go that long. And as I mentioned, the schedule of the department presentations. Other departments have not chosen to do any presentations to the board, but will be available for questions. So just a little of the economic context at the national and state levels. The economies continue to remain favorable, though you see a lot of fluctuations in the stock market. Labor market continues to improve. Consumers' confidence remains strong, and housing trends, with the exception of Calaveras County, remains healthy. State revenue projections at the May revise were actually a little lower than they were initially anticipated when the governor released his budget in January. But one of the things that we always talk about is the state economy is usually on a 5-year cycle of expansion and contraction. We're in our 7th year of recovery since the Great Recession. So there's always those concerns for a future economic downturn in the next few years. And that was one of the reasons why the governor was so adamant about putting money into the rainy day fund. So, of course, local economic impact, probably the biggest of all, was, of course, the Butte fire. It was pretty devastating to our county and continues to be. Property tax losses, the most recent update I got from the assessor is with almost 4,000 roll corrections, the net reductions in property values of over $52 million. They still have another 200 plus or minus properties to review. Those will be complicated and take the most time. So we're looking at decreases because of that, increases because of CPI, but that again is not the full 2%. Given the enormity of the workload caused by the fire, that means processing, reduction in values, and new construction, what have you, has taken maybe a back door. Leslie's back there smiling. And so we have budgeted it so that property tax remain stable, except for unsecured property tax, and those show a slight decrease.
Sure.
Or supplemental property taxes.
Excuse me. Can you speak more into the mic, because the air conditioner is kind of overshadowing you a bit?
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I always think I have such a loud voice anyway that I don't even need a microphone.
Thank you.
So what we are seeing is starting to rebuild and some new construction. So our permit fees are going up. Some of the things that are going to impact the economy is the timing of the FEMA and the CDAA, California Disaster Assistance Act reimbursements. We know that those may take a while before they get here, so that will affect cash flows over the year. We're also, we've talked about it a little bit this morning, tree mortality and the ongoing drought. Yes, we had a rainier year than we've seen in the last 4 years, but we're still dealing with drought. Maloney's is still very low. And the bark beetle kill, and how that affects tourism, it remains to be seen. We have the medicinal marijuana cultivation that we don't know whether it's going to be a great thing for the county or a difficult and challenging thing for the county. But we have done the urgency ordinance. We have registration fees coming in. The board is going to be looking at a measure to go on November's ballot for a cultivation tax to bring in additional funds. Again, as I spoke, when I did this, I had the $53 million that we were estimating back after the Butte fire. As I said, at the moment, it's at $52 million and growing. We do have an allocation in the governor's budget, in the 16-17 state budget, to backfill any property tax losses, but that's again across all entities. That's not just the the general fund doesn't receive the $597,000. It goes across all your special districts. So when you're looking at just under 17 cents on the dollar, I think we figured it at about $97,000 or thereabouts for the general fund. Our local sales and use tax and the transient occupancy tax has been up this past year. Part of that, I think, is due, in fact, to all the contractors that have been in working on the Butte fire recovery, staying in hotels, local places and buying food, groceries, what have you. So that has helped the sales tax overall. And we initially budgeted an increase of 2.5% for 16-17 because we know we'll still have people in here, the arborist contract, the debris tree removal contract when that comes. So still have those contractors in, and we will still have people who will be building homes, purchasing those supplies. We have seen a significant increase in building permits for new homes as well, for new construction outside the fire area, but we will expect also inside the fire area. And so we have budgeted an increase based on the current trends and forward. And as I said, we don't know yet what the tree mortality or the medical marijuana cultivation impacts will have on the local community. That will remain to be seen.
Okay. Moving into our third quarter general fund status. By the end of March 31st, the end of the third quarter, we should be, all things being considered, we should be at about 75% of revenue received. A couple of things to highlight on this slide. The taxes, property taxes, 55% were apportioned in December, with the balance coming in April, so that's not going to be reflective here. Our sales tax, as Shirley pointed out, is running over projections, but our state sales tax in lieu is falling below what is expected. Again, what Shirley just stated is our license and permits and franchise fees are doing better than expected. And our state revenue, our VLF, 50% or $1.9 million was posted in January, the remainder to be posted in May. Reimbursement grants are also come into that intergovernmental revenue state, and that is based on timely claiming by our departments. Our operating transfers in, the cheater transfer is going to be done at year end, and that is going to be reflective of the $1.5 million in IT projects funded.
I'm sorry, those notes were from a prior year. The $1.5 million of transfers in was moved into the capital projects budget at the request of the auditor controller so they can more easily track and set up the capital asset. So.
From where?
Pardon me?
From Teeter.
Yeah, it wasn't non-departmental.
Initially, it was in the general fund with a reimbursement from Teeter fund in that. At the recommendation of the auditor, as part of the technical adjustments at mid-year, we moved it into capital projects with the funding transfer into capital projects from Teeter.
Okay. So it didn't go, we didn't use it for our general fund.
We used it for what the board directed us to use it for, and that was for IT infrastructure projects. But it was just where the appropriation was and where the expense occurred, moved from the general fund to capital projects to make the accounting of it easier and cleaner for the auditor's office.
But what I'm asking you is because last year we used Teeter apparently to cover some of our budget through general fund.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So we didn't use that 1.5 million of Teeter for the general fund.
No, the 1.5 million, there were two things budgeted in the 15-16 year regarding Teeter. One was the 1.5 million that was specifically for the IT infrastructure projects. In addition, there was the 500,000 that is the annual allocation of the Teeter fund into the general fund. That transfer will occur prior to year end. In fact, I think we've already done it in June. In addition to that, there was a little over about 900,000 that was used to close the budget gap. We will wait until fiscal year end to determine whether or not we need to move any of those funds or whether there was significant savings through vacant positions that didn't get filled timely, so we have salary savings, or whether services and supplies weren't purchased to the levels that they expected. And we will look at that and determine how much of that money, if any, we have to move above the 500,000. Does that answer your question, Supervisor Edson?
Yeah, I mean, we just got, last year, we were criticized for having to use teeter funds for, that one-time spending on our, to balance our budget, and it looks like we're not going to have to do that.
We may not, and simply because it's there to balance the budget, because when we budget a full year's salary and benefits for any and all vacant positions that the board has allocated. If somebody comes in mid-year, they don't fill that position into mid-year, we have a half a year of salary savings. So if you multiply that over 10, 20 positions, you can accumulate significant salary savings. And so instead of moving the 800,000 and inflating the cash carry or fund equity balance, we only move that portion that is necessary to meet year end. So you're right, because of vacant positions or underspending, and maybe revenues coming in higher than we initially thought in some areas, we may not have to move that 800,000. It was a method to close the budget gap.
But isn't that consistent over time, though? I mean, you would have had the same vacancies last year, and the year before, and the year before, and the year before.
It's really hard to say, Supervisor Kearney. You say, well, we have the same vacancies. One of the bigger areas, and we've talked about this before, is the Sheriff's Department. They have had difficulty recruiting and retaining positions. So they have significant salary savings within their budget. Now, if we did not budget those vacant positions, there was no funding for those vacant positions, they wouldn't be able to fill those vacant positions. And that is why, based on the allocated positions that the board has approved across all the general fund departments, we fund them for the full year. And we fund them at the highest health insurance level, because we don't know when they come in whether they're going to be single, married married and just have one, or have a whole family. So we fund them or budget them, I should say, at the highest health insurance level. Again, we have no control of somebody leaving, a position staying vacant for 6 months so they can refill, and then using the funding for only 6 months out of the year. It really is, budget is just that. It's a plan. It's a plan to fund the positions that you think you're going to fill, that you need to do and to operate your department. And whether or not you may fill that person the first day of the new fiscal year, and they will use all those savings. You may not have anybody leave in your department, and you will use every bit of your salary and benefits in that department. There's just no predicting when we put the budget together. So we have to fund for a full year the positions that the board has allocated for each department.
I can appreciate that. I guess what I'm looking at is the teeter fund is about, I don't know, 1.5 million heavier this year at this time than it was last year at this time, right?
In prior years, I mean, I don't have my budget book to look at the exact numbers. We're going to be discussing the teeter fund in a little bit. And one of the things that you'll notice is that when we talked about budget last year, we were talking about 900,000 in there, and that included, I believe, but I am projecting, and the auditor and she went through, and we don't think above that 500,000 annual contribution that we will have to move anything into the general fund, and we will still have a cash carry.
Thank you.
But again, you're playing with a lot of unknowns, and you do your best estimates based on past trends, based on allocated positions that the board has approved, based on history of services and supplies, and department requests.
Our own little gambling game, huh?
It is. It's looking into that crystal ball and hoping that it's a pretty clear picture and not a smoke screen. What has really made that a little bit more challenging is the disaster that the county faced last September with the Butte fire. The county's never seen anything like it. It's impacted all departments. We are trying to take everything into consideration as we look at the current year numbers and move forward into 16-17. And we work hard with all the departments and what their needs are. We don't just go in and do this blindly. We work closely with all departments on their budget.
So if we want to do a year-to-year comparison of revenue based on the third quarter status, we're pretty much on track from year over year. The highlights, though, however, is the taxes, license, permits, and fees were initially down due to the fire, a wetter winter. However, they are increasing overall going through the fiscal year. Also, if you look at our intergovernmental state, the CDAA advance for the Butte Fire, the initial advance we received, that shows a significant increase due to that advance. Other financing sources, again, we had another change in accounting procedure, and that is reflective of the change in accounting procedure.
And I think the auditor's office did, the auditor did a really good job at mid-year explaining what that was and how it was. And so it does impact year-over-year totals. But we have a process in place that really will make it easy for the auditor to do the county financial statements and track the transfers and chargebacks between departments. It's all around when one department provides a service for another department, or they're splitting cost of a service and the cost is budgeted in one department and into another.
And the net impact of the budget is the same, it's just classified differently. So moving on to expenditures for third quarter, our salaries and benefits are tracking where they should be expected. Other spending is a little bit lower than we should be expecting at this time, and that's due in part, what Shirley was just talking about, conservative spending of departments and so forth. Our operating transfers out, like we just spoke about, the Teeter Fund will be transferred, if at all, at the end of the year. We don't think those additional costs could potentially be there. The inter-fund transfers, again, the change in accounting, that goes with the other side. Yes.
Yeah, and if you look back at your prior page, you'll see a negative on other financing sources, operating transfers, and about no mistake.
And just the contingencies on the last slide, the contingencies in which the mid-year, when we came back at mid-year, is the 210 that the board approved at mid-year. The year-over-year comparison, salaries and benefits ahead. We actually are ahead this year due to the full percent COLA this fiscal year that we had prior to last year. The 4% hit last year in fiscal year 14-15 in January. This fiscal year 15-16 we did a whole 100% year of that 4% COLA, so it is showing an increase in salaries and benefits. Overall, other areas are showing slightly higher spending, but otherwise pretty much on track. Third quarter summary. Our revenues right now are at about $23 million, or 59.3%. And as we discussed earlier, the property tax revenues will post in April and June, so it was not reflected in the third quarter stats. The VLF also will post in May, or has already, posted in May, and is not reflected in these statistics. And then the balance of transfers from the designated funds are not necessarily reflected in this stats. Our expenditures are about 27.5 million, or 63.7%. We're slightly lower than the 75% expected, and our third quarter expenditures exceed revenues by about 3.7 million at the end of the third quarter.
And that's not unusual, given that that was at the end of March, and given in April and May you have major revenue flow from property taxes and BLF.
So moving into the budget process and timeline, budget development. As the administrative office states every year at budget time, it is governed by state law and guided by our board's principles. Just to briefly go through the schedule of events leading up to budget, December and January we have our kickoff, and the CAO and departments identify key issues and our first budget projections. Usually around in February, we give our mid-year budget report to the board, and based off of that budget report, the board then authorizes the CAO to give out instructions to the rest of the departments. Those departments then receive those instructions in May. And in the months of April, or excuse me, in March, in the months of April and May, we meet with departments, go over their budgets, and develop the overall CAO recommended budget, with budget hearings occurring in June and final budget for technical adjustments in September. And again, as we have stated numerous times, it's a whole process of working with the different departments and staff to develop the budget. So if we want to just briefly go over the board adopted budget principles. So number one, rational and conservative revenue estimates, and this is supporting, making sure that we are not overstating revenues, that our revenues that we are estimating really truly reflect all program expenditures. Also, number two, avoid one-time solutions. We don't want to, it really speaks to the concept of not using one-time resources for ongoing expenditures, and it's really critical when we're talking about long-term financial sustainability. Number four, maintain costs by controlling personnel expenditures, and because personnel costs make up a significant portion of the county budget, this is the one area that are within, and the one area in which the board has control over. This was a principle that the board wanted to reflect. Number five, don't believe in a promise from the state until the promise actually occurs. I think that goes back to making sure that we have a rational, conservative revenue estimates, making sure that we are following through with our revenues that are coming in. Minimize the general fund contribution to non-general fund programs above the required match.
And number five also goes back to, and may be something the board in the future wants to discuss. It was when we were more reliant on the state, and the state, when they were having financial difficulties and facing deficits, were looking to the county repeatedly for ways to close their budget gap. They also would put forth ideas, and whether or not those came to reality, some of the things that were in the triple flip, sales tax and ERAP, property tax. So the board may want to look at that and either remove it or change it in the future.
Maintain operations in solid waste, airport, fish, and game funds without general fund contributions. This just reaffirms that enterprise funds should be self-supporting and not draw upon the general fund. In general, do not balance the budget by raising fees. And while we do not want to be raising fees to balance the budget, the administrative office will be recommending the board look at targeted fees increases in this coming year. Fees, again, should not be raised to balance the budget, but they should be set to recover the cost of providing the services rendered. Most fees have not increased in over 4 years, and the cost to provide these services have increased over that time. Strive for healthy reserves, 3 to 4% in contingency. And then utilize grants for funding that enhances and improves county programs. Particularly in tough times, grants can provide a funding source for services that the county may not otherwise be able to fund and provide. However, we want to make sure that we encourage departments to seek out grants and need not to ensure the transition plans and we need to make sure that the transition plans are in place in case the grant terminates. It cannot be assumed that the general fund will support grant-funded positions and services when the grant terminates. So we need to ensure that we have those plans in place in case of grant terminations. And the budget structure shall support a diverse, prosperous, and sustainable economy. Of course, that's kind of a no-brainer, but that means that the budget should invest in many areas that support a good quality of life for residents and businesses within our county.
Could you explain number 7 again?
Sure. So number 7 is, well,
Let me get that.
sure.
I'm not a good driver.
So maintaining operations in solid waste airport fish and game funds without general fund contributions.
Fish and game funds.
It's basically, we have some budget units, solid waste, we don't want to, those rely on solid waste fees, and the airport is an enterprise fund, transit's an enterprise fund, fish and game is a non-general fund, there is no general fund contribution. They get theirs from fines and penalties. And it's basically saying, trying to minimize those non-general funds that can operate without a general fund contribution, continue to do so. Oops, I went off again. Sorry.
So the board direction for the board, or the budget for 16-17, the board directed a status quo budget, whereas departments would put together their budgets with the general fund contribution to remain at the same level as the 15-16 adopted budget contribution. Also, pursue cost recovery of services. And that was the fee study that we alluded to back in the board principles. We had come during 15-16 stating that we were going to bring forth to the board a comprehensive fee study with the fire and other things that were going on during 15-16. We haven't had the opportunity to really work with departments to bring forth that study. We still have it on our radar to bring forth in 16-17.
And one of the challenges is when you're doing a fee study is time and materials and what does it really take. And we have not had a time and attendance system to really help us track that. And as we go forward and talk further, we will be discussing a time and attendance system for the coming year, which will help with departments doing those studies to determine what the fee recovery, the current fees are and what are they recovering in terms of cost.
The board also directed for us to include the significant impacts such as the Butte Fire recovery costs, the tree mortality costs, the medical marijuana cultivation registration program, and also at the time we had we're going into bargaining negotiations with our labor unions. We secured an 18-month extension. That'll be up on June 30th, 2017. So that's something that will also impact the budget as well. Okay.
Sorry.
So moving into recommended budget summary.
Can we go back just one quick note?
Sure.
Bargaining unit, the 18th month extension. I understand that we are looking into making provisions beyond that 18th month period in our budgets there for increases, expected increases.
We did a 18-month extension with our bargaining units except for the Sheriff's Management Unit, and it extended the contracts through June 30th, 2017, which is through this fiscal year, with minimum financial impacts. There was the 8% increase to the county contribution for health insurance, small increases to uniform allowances, floating holiday. But that contract will come to an end on June 30th, 2017. Beginning this spring, we will be negotiating once again with all bargaining units for a new contract.
Okay. So we're making preparations for that negotiation now.
Yes, we are.
I want to make sure we got that.
So the recommended budget summary. So for all funds, we are recommending a budget of revenues of $123 million, just over $123 million, with appropriations of over $140 million. To fund the gap, the deficit gap, there's fund equity of just over $17 million. So looking specifically at the general fund revenue, it is recommended that revenue is at 53.6 million. Or excuse me, the total revenues were at 53 million. We've estimated 48 million in revenues with a teeter and fund balance to fund the gap up to that 53 million. If you look at a couple things to highlight. So our fund balance, when we look at that use of teeter and fund balance, working with the auditor's office, we estimated the fund balance from 15-16 is just going to be over about 3 million. So and then using the additional teeter monies of about 1.8 to fund that 4.8 million. Yes, Shirley, did you want to?
I just want to, I'm sorry to interrupt. We had some late breaking news at noontime this morning regarding an audit of the Board of Equalization, and the audit showed that the appropriations of sales tax, Prop 172, let's see what else, realignment, both for the 1991 realignment funds and the 2011 funds, were not correctly appropriated between state and local agencies. What we don't know is whether they gave too much to the local agencies, gave too much to the state general fund, or vice versa. We don't know how much that this misallocation is. We don't know whether we're going to have to pay any of that back, or and if so, how much or when. So when we did and mind you, we got this at about noontime today from the state, from CSAC, giving us a heads up. So there's a lot of unknowns, but when we built in the budget for the sales and use tax, it was based on the trends we saw locally, and I think we held Prop 172 monies where they were. Realignment monies affect the non-general funds, but or pretty much, though there are environmental house receives some realignment money, but we just want to caution the board that we may be looking at that, and that may, hopefully we'll know before final budget. If not, it will be requiring a mid-year technical adjustment depending on what the state comes up with. Anything you want to add, Rebecca? Sorry, didn't mean to.
No, that's okay. It kind of takes care of our text. And then just other highlights. If you notice, the intergovernmental federal revenues obviously have increased, and that's due to FEMA reimbursements for Butte Fire. We have decreases in charges, mainly due to a decrease in our indirect cost plan, our A87 plan, and our license permits and fee increases due to the building fee increases that we have been seeing. So this is just, yes, sir?
Taxes.
Well, the taxes we showed reflective here, there's a decrease due to the state tax in lieu and reduction in the supplemental property tax. So just as a graphic to be able to put it in perspective, you can see that the taxes are at about 26% of our total revenues, whereas the intergovernmental, state and federal make up an additional 23%, with the other revenues coming in.
And both the federal, intergovernmental revenues, federal and state, are mainly the huge, it becoming a bigger piece of the pie is due to the Butte Fire response and recovery coming estimated revenues.
If we look at appropriations, this year recommended appropriations are at about 53 million. If you notice, we added an additional functional area of a disaster recovery, which is reflective of that 10.6 million in the 16-17 budget, and that's why we're showing that significant $10 million increase in appropriations this fiscal year. Also, things to remember is this fiscal year, that 27th pay date will be happening within this 16-17, so it is reflective in the appropriations. However, the cost is offset by a designated fund transfer to help departments offset those costs.
I have a question.
Yes.
Can you explain the recovery line item again? Like specifically what that is going to be for?
The biggest portion of that is for the tree debris removal. I think that is nearly $9 million.
So the two remaining projects that we really have that are going to bleed over until this next fiscal year is the hazardous tree removal project, which is on the public right-of-way, as well as private property debris removal for the hazardous trees that would impede the public right-of-way. And then in addition, and that's the largest project, and then in addition to that, we have road repairs that are non-federal aid roads in our county system. That is about 1.9 million. So about 1.9 million is related to the road repairs, and the remainder is hazardous tree.
Okay, so nothing to do with bark beetle?
Nothing. We're just talking about butte fire.
Okay.
Well, that's not true. You did include, yeah.
About $50,000 is included in the 16-17 budget for tree mortality, and that is basically the project. We know that we are, an application has been submitted to CDA, California Disaster Assistance Act, but we don't know if that will be accepted or not, so this is the preliminary work that's needed to support that application. And additionally, so we don't know yet whether it will be a federal disaster or
So just a small percentage then of...
It's just 50,000, just so we could bring in a consultant to help us prepare for that. At the point that we do get CDAA grant funding, some sort of declaration, grant, something, then we'd have to come back to the Board of Supervisors to get that budget augmented. That's where the real costs come in, is actually removal, and so we're not at that stage at all.
Okay.
And there's no funding for that at this point for us.
All right, thank you.
So just looking at the total appropriation by classification, the appropriation increase year over last year is due to the 27th pay period. It's also due to increased positions for our medical marijuana ordinance, and also due to increases in PERS and health insurance contributions. Our services and supplies have increased this year due to butte fire costs, what we were just speaking to. And contingencies this year are budgeted at 2% versus 3%. But last year at recommended budget, we also brought forth about a 2% contingency. By final budget, we had increased it to the 3%.
Explain salaries and benefits again.
Yes, sir. So within this fiscal year in 16-17, we will have an additional pay period, pay date, excuse me. Instead of the normal 26 pay dates, we will have 27. So those costs are reflective in the increase from the 24 million to the 27 million.
As is the new positions, the board has already approved 5 new positions, 2 code enforcement officers, 2 sheriff's deputies, and a limited term position for county counsel. In addition, there are a sheriff's sergeant position and a egg biologist and I have environmental health technician. We'll be getting to all the positions that are in the budget, so increasing that salary and benefits line item across the board. Those will be funded with registration fees, obviously, or hopefully. We also included as I mentioned, the 8% increase to the health insurance contribution that was negotiated in the 18-month extension. So all of those things have increased the salary and benefit line items. And as you'll recall, because we've talked about this 27th pay date almost every year for the last 10, 12, 14 years. We have set aside money every year into a designated fund to cover that 27th pay period, so that when we ask the departments to do a status quo budget and not increase their general fund contribution, if we hadn't set that money aside, they would have essentially had to cut their budgets by that amount, because it would automatically increase the general fund contribution. So with each of those budgets, we took money from that designated fund to cover the cost of the 27th pay period, as well as what the board directed to cover the 8% increase to the health insurance contribution. So fortunately, with the foresight of the board, both past and current, we had that fund to cover that pay period.
I just want to go back to the disaster line item again.
Yes, let me get back to that.
I think it's the next slide after. Yeah, that one. Yes.
That one? 10,600,000.
Yeah. And I know you mentioned that we have the $50,000 for the project manager coming on board in this, and I think that's a good start. But if you look at what Tuolumne County is doing, they're farther south, so they're getting hit harder and heavier, and they are bigger, so they're going to spend more. But just in their current year budget, they've budgeted, according to the Union Democrat anyway, at $440,000. And then they're also saying, Randy Handbell is saying that they've pledged to use their entire reserves for it if necessary. So that's over $2 million in that pot. So they recognize the urgency of that disaster. And I'm not saying we need to commit all that right now in this budget, but I just want to emphasize the point that I really think we're going to need to make sure that if we don't have it in here, that we have it really, really identified, that we're going to have to expend dollars out of our budget to take care of this problem.
And I think that's very true, but what we don't know yet is what that looks like. We don't know whether or not, Tuolumne County has already received approval for CDAA assistance. We do not know yet what we're going to get and what that's going to look like. Some of what this money is for is to go out and try and do that assessment so that we know, and when we come back at final budget, we will have a better idea.
Yeah. I just want to throw that out there, that it really, and if you don't happen to live, in an area of the county that has a lot of pine trees, you may not be as aware as if you are. I just want to make sure that it's emphasized.
Right, and I think the point of getting someone on, on payroll at this point is to figure out what the scope is for our particular county. Because at this point, we wouldn't know if we should put $400,000 or $3 million in there.
Somewhere in between.
Yeah, somewhere. And so
$3 million.
this person can help determine what that scope is. And also we're going to be utilizing, since the arborist is going to be out there in some of those areas anyway, in your particular district, if they happen to see particular areas where there is sections, they can report back to us so we know that's where we got to start looking. It doesn't get up the hill, up the Highway 4 corridor, but it does get part of the other part of the county. So when we get that information, we'll definitely have to bring it back forth. Yeah.
We also did the satellite imaging of the county for another reason related to medical marijuana. So once that information is loaded into our GIS system, then we will have some availability to use it not only for what it was intended, but to look at what those trees are and then where to spread.
Which GIS is working on right now.
Yes.
Just to dovetail on what Rebecca said, derailing myself here. As far as the project manager for tree mortality, the idea is to get him to come in and identify approximate number of trees that are affected. This is a statistical average. and they do use GIS, and that ties into what Shirley's talking about as well as Supervisor Edson. Ties into GIS to identify where the trees are. CalAm as well has been working on this and forwarding information to the county, and I believe they forward information to the board as well. And the idea is to study those maps and then to go out and do ground truthing along with that GIS database as well. That is part of the information that Cal OES is going to need to approve the CDAA funds. Okay? So they want to know the approximate tree mortality. I think in Tuolumne County last year at this time was 27%. They also want to know the approximate cost of removing and disposing of those trees. Tuolumne County estimated $1,000. Our estimate on the burned trees that we were talking about this morning is $1,200, and we might be able to use that number. So, again, that's part and parcel of bringing that person in for tree mortality we're discussing this morning.
And then, just to make sure, so that disaster recovery item rolls into the service and supplies?
Yes, it does.
Yes, it does. Okay.
Yes, and that's actually what this graph is reflective about. The salaries and benefits also obviously being the 43%, that salaries and supplies, what we were just talking about with the disaster recovery, the large portion of that being the disaster recovery.
Okay. And normally you would see salary and employee benefits up around 60%, but because of that $10 million in services and supplies for the recovery efforts, it really changes that scope. But if you pull that $10 million up, it's closer to 60%.
Okay, thank you.
The 27th week is about $1 million a week, right?
Yes.
So legitimately, our wages are up in real dollars a little less than 5%. They're up about $1 million.
Well, you have to take that out, but plus you see a $2.3 million change. That's also including those new positions for medical marijuana. So you have to pull that out as well. But when you look, normally, if you take that $10 million out of recovery out of your appropriations and you do the calculations, you're about 60% salary and benefits.
When's the next 27th week year?
Oh, probably another 12 years.
Oh, I thought it was about every 4 years.
No. No. The last one I think was around 2005-06, that fiscal year.
Yeah, forget about it.
But that's why we started putting that $125,000 every year away.
When is that 27th pay period?
It's well, if you count the first, well, not really. It's June 30th.
I know, but when we pay it in terms of pay date, it's the December payroll that actually costs us.
Calendar year.
So it's
Yeah, because the first pay date of the year is July 1st, and the last one is like on June 29th or 30th. So that's why you end up with that extra pay date in a year every so many years. It's just like with 26 pay periods in a year, 2 months out of the year, you have 3 pay days.
Right.
We always had a 14-week quarter once. That's why I was asking how often it is. I was trying to remember the cadence of it. It's about, I thought it was every 4 years, but you're saying longer than that. So
Yeah, trust me, doing budget for this long, it was shortly after I moved over to the administrative office, so it was around 2004 or 5, I believe.
Time flies.
It does. So on to the department requests, and I guess I will handle this. We had a number of requests that departments wanted both position-wise and capital assets, and because of the departments and the type of requests they were, I kind of broke them out a little differently than in past years. The first general fund request as a group we're going to talk about is related to the medical marijuana registration program. In that, funded with those registration fees in the budget is new positions for the sheriff's office. There were 2 deputy sheriffs that the board already approved on May 24th. There's another new position that came up after we came to the board with the sheriff's, the 2 deputy positions, and included in the budget is one FTE for a sergeant position. There's 2 unmarked four-wheel drive vehicles. And there's a variety of other equipment that they determined that they need, night vision goggles, whatever. I forget what the list was, but I got a list. And it was $14,119. In building and code compliance, there were 2 new code enforcement officers. The board approved those on 5/24 at the same time as the deputy sheriff's positions. There were 2 four-wheel drive vehicles for those code enforcement officers, and 2 computers that they would need to track everything. Any new employee would need a new computer. In county council, there was a limited term, deputy county council, and a computer to go with that position. In environmental health, environmental management agency, there was an egg biologist and an environmental health technician. In planning, there were extra hire planners, 2 of them, with equipment. And in human resources, built into the budget was $10,000 in overtime. That would be specific to the recruitment of all those above positions that would be reimbursed through medical marijuana registration fees. So all the positions and equipment will be funded from, hopefully, the registration fees. The total cost of all the positions and equipment that are in this recommended budget is a little over $1 million. Registration fees received as of yesterday, actually this morning when I ran the report, is $322,400. Of that, $320,000 are commercial, $1,400 was from personal people who were doing it for themselves, and $1,000 from caregiver. We will know by June 30th what the total we received in registration fees. I put in here that reductions need to be made if the registration fees do not cover the budgeted program appropriations or delay in hirings or general fund. But everything that I have been hearing is that we will have a significant influx in the last 2 weeks of June, and the expectation is that we will meet the required revenue to fund everything in the budget.
Mr. O'Brien, I understand that, so we have about 60 applications for commercial growth. 320,000 by 5,000?
Yeah, but what I'm hearing is that there are a number of growers that are waiting until after the special board meeting to ensure that the urgency ordinance is moving forward, and then at that time they will come forward and register. We have heard that there are attorneys that are representing numerous growers, and we expect that from what I heard yesterday, that we will have the revenue through the registration fees to fund everything.
So for 9 days, planning's going to get
Planning.
paid.
Planning and the treasurer, yes.
Yeah.
Planning in the who?
The treasurer.
Treasurer tax collector.
Yeah. Everybody concerned with the direct. Yeah, okay.
Okay. Any other questions?
We're not taking checks, are we?
I'm pretty sure most of them are coming in cash. Yeah. But we will take all forms of payment.
So did you add extra FTE for treasurer tax collector?
No, at the time it wasn't requested. I am working with the treasurer tax collector. She is putting through a contract that's being routed now to give her some assistance for the short term.
Okay.
So we're expecting somewhere around 210 applicants, 200 applicants.
That's my understanding. So other general fund requests, when we were looking at these, we were looking at many issues. We had asked departments not to include anything that didn't have a source of funding. But we also had to take into departments' needs. So the requests that I'm talking about now have been included in the budget. There is money in the administrative office budget for an extra hire public information officer. The PIO, we are hoping will be as an as-needed basis, whether it's for the Butte Fire or whether it's for more, with the dead tree removal, getting information out, or whether it's for the tree mortality. We may not need all of that money. It's basically as an as-needed basis, and if it's related to tree mortality, we do have the ability, if we get the CDAA funding, but we'll be very cautious in how we use that and to ensure that we do hopefully receive some funding back on that. And
how did we fund PIO till now?
Up until about a month ago, it was funded through public assistance grant, through the public assistance FEMA. That project was a small project. It has been closed out, and we have covered it through the administrative office budget. In information technology, there was a reclassification request of a business analyst 1-2 to a business analyst 3. This person oversees major projects for the county financial system. We'll be working to move us from, help me Rebecca, IFAS to One Solution. Also, we'll be looking at be the project manager for the implementation of the working with with the time and attendance management system. And this position is critical to the auditor's office, and it resides in information technology, and to our county financial system and the projects that are moving forward. The Geographical Information Systems, or GIS, is to reclassify a technician 1, 2, 3 to a coordinator. What we recognized during the fire was that we really needed a GIS coordinator, somebody who could coordinate with not only the county departments and meeting their needs, but also with outside agencies. And it's not just during disaster. There are many agencies that need, or departments that use the GIS system, and we're going to be upgrading that system. It's included in this budget so that we have a more robust system that will meet the needs for medical marijuana, for addressing for the building department, for public works with, as we mentioned, with the tree mortality and the tree disaster burnt tree debris removal. So it really is an important position to coordinate and to work with the software and updating it to where it really needs to be to serve all the departments and possibly other agencies. This will be funded in part because they will be able to charge back the building department for the addressing portion of it, so it will cover the cost of that reclassification. The assessor realized quickly during the fire the need for four-wheel drive vehicles, not only just for a fire, but we have a pretty mountainous terrain, so when their appraisers are going out, they need vehicles to safely get where they are, and they have older vehicles, high mileage vehicles, and those the funding for those will come from the assessor's designated fund. The probation department is looking for a new supervising probation officer for the juvenile side of the house. Once they plan on doing a recruitment, an internal recruitment and promoting from within, and once that position is filled, then they will eliminate the DPO 3. They are also, and that will be funded with Title 4E funding. It's a non-general fund. That is state and federal. That is actually federal funding. Capital assets, they are looking for 2 vehicles. They have high mileage vehicles, again, that they only will use between the Colombo Building and Government Center, and that is being funded through SB 678. And the sheriff, for the sheriff, we have put $80,000 into the budget for 4.0 sheriff recruits / trainees. As you recall, we brought the sheriff's office and HR and admin had brought to the board the recruit program last year, and we put, I think, I don't remember, it was 2 or 3. I believe it was 2 recruits through the academy. It seems to be an effective tool for recruiting new sheriff deputies. It takes a little bit longer. The sheriff's office is working with HR to develop a trainee program that will give sheriff's employees, like correctional officers or even dispatchers, a pathway to move into a deputy position. Again, the trainee will be a little bit different than the recruit because they are a current county employee.
And this will, by setting up the trainee position, this will allow them to keep their benefits while they are going through the academy. They don't have to go into what is an extra higher position. They will remain a permanent employee through the trainee program.
Also included is a correctional officer that is funded with AB 109. The sheriff's office requested, and I think I've been told their badges reflect the fact that they changed the name of the senior deputy to corporal, and we want to memorialize that when we bring back the changes to the position control list. As you know, earlier this year, they were allocated a new position of business administrator who is here with us today, but that will allow us to eliminate the vacant position of the budget analyst. In the OES, there is a capital asset of communication tower repeaters, and those are funded with a Homeland Security grant, and a civil server, and that really sounds like a person, but it's a server for civil portion of the sheriff's office, and that comes out of a designated fund. So those were requests that the sheriff had made, and we included in the budget as requested.
What did you say about the budget analyst?
That is a vacant position that was, we're seeking, going to eliminate because they were given, they were allocated, the board allocated them a business administrator, which is a higher level position. Right. And they have hired and filled that position. Yeah. Yes, they have.
And that person is here today, you said?
Yes. And you'll be seeing her later, I'm sure.
Okay.
Just
want to make sure we're had a live body there.
I think the sheriff's office also.
We'll be doing an introduction right at the start.
Okay.
Didn't mean to say it's on the Jim, sorry. In building and code compliance, the request has been, and it really does make sense to return building and code compliance to a single budget unit. The reasons why it was separated a number of years ago really no longer apply. But they've recognized that with the increased permits request that they do need another permit technician. They do need another senior plans examiner that can check at a higher level of the plans beyond what your normal basic plans examiner or plan checker, as we used to call them, will be. They, again, a name change from a plans checker to a plans examiner, because that's truly what they are. They're looking at the plans, they're examining them, they're determining what changes need to be made to make sure that they meet building code. And the senior plans examiner has that higher level that he can it's a management level position. He can oversee the plans examiner. It will be a second management position in the building code compliance department, and this person will have, I believe, also structural. I don't want to say engineering, but it's not engineering. It will be able to look at the structural, make sure it meets structural needs. I'm not a planner or a plans examiner or a builder, so forgive me if I give that a little off on that a little bit. But that will be a manager level position. Capital assets, 3 pickup trucks and a Ford Escape or a similar SUV. And those are all funded either through the increase in the building permit fees, because building and code compliance has to be solely reliant upon the fees that they collect. There is no general fund contribution to building or code compliance. And they also have a designated fund, so they can, and that under code cannot reach a certain level, so they will be, and it was specifically set up so that they could purchase the trucks and vehicles when needed. The library is seeking 6 new .3 branch library assistants. When the new county librarian came on board, she worked with the Friends of the Library, and it turns out we had volunteers or others that were keeping the branch library open above and beyond the 18 hours per week. And yet the request from the community and from the Friends was to keep them open a little longer. So the Friends of the Library has agreed to fund the cost of that addition, and this solves some problems with having libraries open and not having a county employee there.
So the last two, including the library and building code compliance, truly are general fund requests.
They are general fund departments, but they are not funded with general fund dollars.
Okay. That's a good play on words.
So, question, so you're all right. Let's say the building fees exceed the expenditures of the building department. What happens to that money?
That money gets transferred at year end into that designated fund that I mentioned.
Okay.
And on the other side, flip side, if a year comes and the fees do not meet, the expenditures exceed the revenues, then the money from the designated fund gets transferred back into, so that the general fund does not have to make up that deficit.
Okay, thank you.
So what was not included in the budget? What request that came across was not included in the budget? The district attorney had initially asked for a new position, a .75 FTE office technician, a extra hired deputy district attorney 1, and a capital asset, which was an SUV vehicle for the DA investigator. District Attorney Uke grabbed me at the lunch hour and said she needed to talk to me, that an issue had come up that we needed to discuss. And what that issue was she had just found out late yesterday afternoon and then made contact and found out that the DUI grant that funds 1.2 FTEs, an attorney and a paralegal, would not be renewed for 16-17. Now, she has funding in her budget because it's a federal grant. It goes from October 1st through September 30th. So in that budget, she has the funding for the first quarter of this fiscal year. However, she doesn't have funding for the remainder of the fiscal year due to the grant. I suggested to her that if she was willing to withdraw her request for these position and capital assets, that I would recommend to the board that the general fund fund the remaining 3 quarters of the year for that 1.2 position. And she said, yeah, I'm all over that.
Say it, okay, one more time?
So
you're going to fund 0.75 FTE?
So it's a 1.2 FTE. It's a 1.0 deputy district attorney and a 0.2 paralegal. Those positions were funded in the first quarter with the DUI grant. The DUI grant in the past runs, as I said, on the fiscal year. Last year they got it, it was just a renewal. This year when they submitted it, they found out it became a competitive grant. Over 400 applications were submitted for that DUI funding. And because our program has been so successful in the number of deaths on the road in our county have decreased, DUI deaths have decreased, there was determined there was greater needs with other entities that were asking for this money. And she literally just found out late yesterday afternoon and made contact through the granting agency today to confirm that funding wouldn't be available. So she said she would be willing to pull her request of the .75 office technician, the extra hired deputy district attorney, and the SUV vehicle if the board would consider funding for the remainder of the year, that deputy district attorney and the 0.2% paralegal.
Would they still be focusing on the VUI program?
They would be focusing on wherever she determined the need was the greatest.
So it'll be a general assignment.
Right, and she said I would because the other side of that is she would have to lay off that district attorney, as a deputy district attorney, and she would have to reduce the time of that paralegal.
Because a paralegal is being shared with code compliance, right?
No, it is not.
No?
This is a totally separate paralegal. The paralegal is funded 80% within the district attorney's normal budget unit and 20% within the grant budget unit. And that it would be a recommendation, because otherwise those positions would, A, be reduced in time, and one would be laid off.
Thanks for re-explaining it. I was getting a little lost in this.
Certainly. The sheriff requests that were not included in the budget, and the only reason they were not included in the budget was due to that all these costs are 100% general fund. And that was a 1.0 FTE correctional technician for just under $60,000. 2 expedition 4-wheel drive patrol cars, $128,000. The deductible on a patrol car that was in an accident of $20,000, and 12 stab-proof vests for correctional officers of $10,000.
Can we go back one?
Sure. Let me just get my...
I know, I do that just to watch you see if we can get the right.
I knew there was a reason why you wanted me to do that.
But, no, seriously,
Oops, I didn't go. I thought I went back. Let's try this again.
the last item there, that seems like a pretty good investment there. I mean, it's $10,000 for 12 stab-proof vests. I can see how the, $128,000 would maybe be a problem, but the $10,000 for the vest, maybe.
And I think the sheriff will be advocating on behalf of the items that were not included. And during deliberations, the board certainly has the prerogative to make recommendations. Or provide direction, let's say.
I'm very surprised to hear that.
Thank you for going back.
You're welcome. So non-general fund request included some capital assets for Public Works, the Equipment Service Center, a tire alignment machine. Public Works Administration, there was a transfer of a Public Works analyst to Roads and Bridges. And there were a number of capital assets included in the Roads and Bridges budget. And unfortunately, our Public Works Director is not here. He's on vacation. I had a conversation with him about a week ago, and we were talking about the funding match for the ER federal aid roads within the Byrne area. It's a $3 million allocation, but it requires a $1 million match from the county to get that ER money for the federal aid roads within the Byrne area. At that time, Mr. Krovitz said to me, that $3 million is over 3 years. I would be willing to put my capital project replacement plan on hold and not purchase the capital assets so that I could make the match for the roads. As I said, I did not find out until late Thursday evening actually, that Mr. Krovitz would not be here to discuss this with the board. And it was at that time when I had my initial discussion with him, too late to pull these capital assets out. But if that's the recommendation and that he wants to go forward and feels that the work on the roads and getting that ER federal aid is more important, then I would certainly recommend pulling these capital assets out and designating that money towards the match for that project. Tomorrow, Public Works will be doing a presentation to the Board of Supervisors, and I think at that time it would be very helpful to have that discussion with Mr. Pleckinger, who will be here doing the presentation. But I just wanted to talk about the fact that though they are in the budget, as the budget is presented to the board, there was some light discussions with the Public Works Director surrounding those capital assets.
So.
Oh, you weren't quick enough. Let me go back.
No, I paused just so you could go forward. Just to be clear, so I understand, when you were saying pull them out, they're pulled out right now.
No, they are not. They are included in the budget.
Oh, these are the requesting, okay.
So they
So he's saying all of those things pull out to be able to match.
Towards the match.
The match.
This
towards
is,
it. Because that doesn't cover.
No, it's just under $500,000. But because he said this project is a 3-year project, that he could put that on hold and stop his capital replacement program for those years and use the money that would go to the replacement of capital equipment for the match.
So next year, you also, for 17, 18, you also would not see capital assets, and for 18, 19, you also would not see capital assets.
And roads and bridges.
And roads and bridges.
Okay. So it doesn't touch the
$1 million.
Integrated waste.
$1 million to get $3 million. So that's that's really why I wish I think that when Public Works does their presentation tomorrow, it really bears discussing with them what is important. Is it important to go forward with the ER federal aid roads projects, or is it better to not move forward with that and have availability of equipment and other road maintenance costs going forward? So that, I think, is a discussion for the board with Public Works tomorrow.
He's not going to call in.
Jeff's calling in, right?
No, Robert's going to take it.
Oh, good.
So just so you know, when the fire went through, you've got, all these roads are in our county system. However, some of them are considered federal aid roads and some of them are not. Mm-hmm. And so when FEMA and the state look, they draw a very clear line between federal aid roads and non-federal aid roads. Mm-hmm. So they're prepared and have approved to pay using public assistance for the non-federal aid roads. That's what we brought up earlier, is the $1.9 million initial estimate for the non-federal aid roads. But on the federal aid roads, public assistance does not qualify on federal aid roads. And so you have to look at other grant opportunities through the Department of Transportation, and that's why it's a much higher match. So we're kind of stuck where, you've got kind of two roads right next to each other, but one of them we can find the match for because it's a much smaller match, and the other one, just because of what it's classified as, we're kind of stuck on that.
So other non-general fund requests included is integrated waste management, the walking floor trailer, and our yard mule, which are rebudgeted from the prior year, and a pickup fuel and lube truck for $75,000. In transit, this is 3 Class C buses and when they said an AVL system, and I went, what's that? Automatic vehicle locator system and phase 4 of the bus shelters. All of these are funded through PTMISEA, which is the Public Transportation Modernization Improvement and Service Enhancement Program account. Transit has both a operating budget and a capital equipment budget, and there is funding through this. One of the things that I do want to speak to is that with the transit budget, we did not have a chance to meet with COG prior to recommended budget, but before final budget, we will be meeting with COG to ensure that the funding that has been included in the transit operating budget and in the capital budget will in fact be available, and that they are on board with the budget because that becomes part of that whole funding cycle. So also is in Murphy's Lighting District is the possibility of new light poles that was rebudgeted from this current year. When Zachariah Collin left, who was overseeing the lighting districts, he had included those light poles, and we're doing some research to determine exactly where and they will go.
So Murphy's Lighting District is a special district that's governed by the Board of Supervisors. It is a taxing jurisdiction, and so it does have to adhere to GAN limit. And the GAN limit is basically a calculation that my office does to ensure that we're not overtaxing a particular jurisdiction. At this point, there is significant money sitting in the Murphy's Lighting District where we are likely going to be not in compliance with the GAN limit. And I did bring this up last budget, that there's money sitting in the Murphy's Lighting District and you need to spend it. So it didn't get spent. So we either need to come up with a strategy on spending the money to put lights in the lighting district, which is the whole reason why it's a taxing jurisdiction, and it's the whole reason why people are being taxed in that jurisdiction, or we need to refund the money that we have. So this is actually, this will be the only time that I've seen in the history of the county where a taxing jurisdiction has actually had a problem with the GAN limit. Normally, you don't recover enough taxes to cover what you need to spend. In this particular case, it looks like there's overtaxation. So, really pay attention to that. This is actually quite serious. So we want to make sure that probably between recommended and final budget, there needs to be a much better plan than $55,000. There actually needs to be some, and the Public Works Department is, they're in charge of managing the lighting districts at this point. There needs to be a discussion with the specific lighting district and work in that community to ensure that there is a strategic plan on spending on infrastructure there.
Auditor Callan, would there be a chance of getting the acceptable projects in the Murphy's Lighting District that we can look at spending some of this money on, other than street lights? Lighted crosswalk systems, stuff like that.
I would have to defer to Public Works in terms of what's allowable in terms of lighting per code. But there's a lot of opportunity for lighting, not just light street poles. So,
if I can get that information, that'd be very helpful.
So maybe we can ask Robert.
Robert, it just needs to be made a priority, so I'm urging the board to ensure that that is a priority, because if it's not, then we will I have no legal, all I can do is refund.
I understand.
Okay.
So basically she's saying we're asking you to hurry up and spend that money, which I've never heard before from them. So
I never say that, ever.
Well, it has 155,000 in it, right? That's what this says.
What?
We're giving back. I don't recall what the balance is in there.
Well, that's not the
new light poles are 55,000.
No, that's the budget. I'd have to look at what the fund balance is.
That's the budget, because there is money that is transferred every year into the reserves.
Okay. Well, it shouldn't be that hard to chew. I mean, that goes pretty quick.
I want to say there's closer to $500,000 in there.
Oh, okay, I'm reading it wrong. I didn't just looking at the assets.
Keep your eye on District 3 money.
He was thinking about spending down there.
Yeah, well, okay.
That is the budget, and there is money in the reserves portion. So that will increase the fund balance.
Spend it or lose it.
Health and Human Services, we had to create, it was recommended creating a administrative unit that, because it oversees all of the different programs, public health, behavioral health, mental health, substance abuse, human services, CPS, eligibility, et cetera. And so to better track those costs and allocate them out to the different units that have different funding sources, it was really recommended, and to pull them out of the merit system because they oversee both merit system employees and, non-merit system employees. So it was the recommendation that we move forward with this. We had talked about it last year, but it wasn't quite ready to go. So in doing so, it will move the director and deputy director of Health and Human Services into this budget unit. But we also have to reclassify a number of positions because they were merit system and they will now be non-merit system. So that includes reclassifying a program manager fiscal to a business administrator, which is really equivalent to what Public Works has and what the Sheriff's Office has, are the two largest departments. Reclassifying a staff services specialist to administrative assistant. There is no change in the cost of the position. Reclassifying a staff services analyst to a contract management analyst. And basically that brings the duties of the position more in line with what that position is. And as I mentioned, transferring the deputy director, director and a senior administrative analyst to the new unit. Also included is one new position. It's the eligibility worker 3, and this is that will be working with the district attorney's office on fraud cases. It's a requirement under Welfare and Institutions Code, and a social worker 1, 2, 3, 4, but it's a 4 position that manages adoptions. So also included was a 1.0 program coordinator limited term, and that is for public health. And it's grant funded, and the position was needed as a requirement of the grant. We're reclassifying 3 public health nurse 1-2s and 1 public health nurse 3 to a new series, so it's a career ladder series 1, 2, 3, and correctly classifying them as part of the miscellaneous unit where before they were in management professional. They are requesting and included 2 four-wheel drive vehicles, again running into some of the same issues that the assessor's office did in going up into the burn area and some other challenging areas. They only have 1 other four-wheel drive vehicle, I believe, and that's in the human services side. Those for the CPS workers, APS workers, etc. 1 vehicle for public health, 1 vehicle for mental health, and a generator that is grant funded, and it will be used in emergencies as the CalWorks building will become a central agency in case of a pandemic, and that will be, the generator will be there in case it's needed and available to keep the power going and running. Most of the vehicles that are replacing high mileage vehicles. In the air pollution control district, and those have there's no increase to the general fund cost for any of these positions within the agency. The air pollution control district is requested to reclassify a air pollution control tech to an air pollution control specialist to bring that position in line with the duties of that position.
CEO Ryan, can I interrupt you for a minute?
Sure.
Going back to Health and Human Services, are they going to be making a presentation?
They had not planned on it, no.
We have an opportunity to discuss the capital assets, what you just described to us.
You will have the opportunity, if there's any departments that you want to talk to that are not doing planned presentations, they will be available for questions.
Okay. I would want to talk to the folks about that.
Okay.
Since you were stopped in your presentation, I've got a question. It seems like we're looking at a lot of vehicles that, and I have no doubt that they're not needed. I've seen them. Know that we have, cars out there with 200,000 miles on them. But some of these departments, have we ever considered a motor pool type approach?
We've looked at fleet management. There's been direction by the board to look at a fleet management system in the past. And Public Works has looked at it, and unfortunately, we're never able to pencil it out. Interestingly enough, I just got a call 2 days earlier this week from a gentleman from Enterprise Cars wanting to know if they could help us with fleet management. Have not had the opportunity to call him back. Actually, I think that I got the message from him yesterday.
Just so we clear the air, I understand that my recollection could be quite faulty. Didn't we have a request for 6 new vehicles, health and services, last year?
I do not believe so. I will go back and double check and get that information for you.
I did pay for some of them.
But there were requests for vehicles in the Health and Human Services budget. Just like our other large departments, they have a lot of people that go out into the field and they transport children, they transport clients, mental health patients, they have transport officers. So I think that tomorrow, after the formal presentations, that they would be able to speak to their needs.
Thank you very much. I'd like that opportunity.
Anything else?
Just one thing that I would recommend, because my office is in charge of managing all of the capital asset reports or lists. One of the areas that I get a lot of complaints on from the public, and also my office struggles with, is trying to document all of these vehicles. And when we're talking about replacing extremely high mileage vehicles, I don't necessarily see where when we purchase the vehicle, that there's a pulling in of the old vehicle. Instead, the complaint is the vehicle gets parked in a field somewhere and becomes a hornet's nest. And so I would like to see, and that would be really funny if it weren't true, but I would like to see some sort of process where if you're replacing a high mileage vehicle to get it off the roads, or it's no longer of use to you, that it gets pulled back in, and it should just be kind of a swap out. And that's not what I necessarily see. A department could sit there for years with a high mileage vehicle that we're continuing to either insure or continuing to pay title on, or whatever it is. So I would like to see some sort of process of swapping those out.
What do you mean? They get the new vehicle and go, oh, goody, and the old one sits and it gets forgotten? And
That
we're not
happens.
putting that on the surplus sales? Yeah. We're not doing that, or we don't have a policy for that? Or
Well, we did.
They are supposed to transfer those surplus vehicles to the administrative office, and then the administrative office disposes of them. What was happening, facilities was, again, in charge of putting those on the auction site and doing that. We are recruiting for a facilities manager, and we'll oversee that whole process when we hire that person as part of that position.
Okay, but that may take some time. Is there any way we can determine how many vehicles and what condition they're in with the Health and Human Services for the process of budgeting?
Their fiscal department tracks all their vehicles, what the mileage is on them, what the repair costs are on them. At least they used to. We still do. Yes, we do.
Well, can we get that information?
I'm sure that they can provide it, yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I think what just be important to the board is that when you're seeing replacement of vehicles, the other side of the question is, are you going to be surplusing the vehicle that we're replacing? Because in my mind, if we're replacing a vehicle, then that vehicle should come out of that department's pool. And it goes to administration, it either gets made available to another department, or it gets sold as surplus.
Yeah, oftentimes we'll use the vehicles that are high mileage coming from another department for our custodial staff or whatever. We try and make the best use of them as we can.
So you said you have a recruitment for a facilities manager?
That's correct. So what did we not include in the budget for the general funds? In Public Works, they asked for reclassifications and an increase in time. And none of these are included in the budget, even though there's a number of concerns. One is that we have seen transportation funding continue to decline, and the concern is the funding for that. The other is that the Human Resources looked at, and we all discussed with the department whether this really fit in the organizational structure, whether it met the duties of the position, and whether it really made sense with those things considered. Do you want to focus on that? The Deputy Director and the reclassification fund.
On the position of the Business Administrator to the Deputy Director of Finance, we looked closely at the existing job description of the Business Administrator, which fits the duties that the person is currently doing, and felt that it was not necessary to create this position, and it would also create in the org chart, if we were to in future try to add a deputy director of, say, operations, that would truly need to balance out their org chart, somebody that could be a true backup to Jeff, somebody that has an engineering degree, then we would be too top heavy in public works. And so having a deputy director of finance is not something that would truly balance out public works. She's able to do her duties now as a business administrator.
And I believe you also looked at
other agencies, and that position doesn't exist in other agencies our size. We couldn't find it in pretty much other agencies. And then also with reclassifying, the permit tax to administrative assistants, truly it's also outside the scopes of what they need to be doing currently.
And they did reclassify one of the permit techs last year, so they really need permit techs to handle that function. And as Judy said, that their duties and positions match up closely. In Health and Human Services, I didn't want to list all the other new positions, reclassifications, and elimination of positions that have been deferred. They are in my budget memo. We felt that we needed to wait until a new director was appointed, and that could really assess what they felt the needs of the agency were and where those positions needed to be or not be.
CEO Ryan, once again, I'm going to ask you to go back to Public Works. I understand that the Public Works Director Corliss is on vacation.
That's my understanding.
Was he able to brief Mr. Packinger on this particular issue?
I certainly hope so.
And will he be available for speaking?
Public Works will be doing a presentation tomorrow morning.
Thank you.
So included in the capital projects budget is last year we included a number of these things regarding the remodeling of this building. They were re-budgeted for this year. We obviously didn't get to it last year because of the fire, and during the fire we had animals lined up in the hallway of the parking lot. We have had other agencies using some of the rooms FEMA was in, Calaveras. So during the debris removal, we had people here. So obviously, while they're occupied by recovery staff and agencies, it would be impossible to do anything. Whether we get to that again this year remains to be seen, but we left it in the budget. This is, in any of the projects that are included in the capital project budget, with the exception of the technology projects, are not funded with operating costs. They are funded with capital project costs. They are funded with COP, not COPS, certificates of participation, and that money cannot be used for ongoing operating costs. I've heard comments that, you know, why don't you just take the money, and why are you wasting money to remodel this building when you could be using it in the operating budget? Well, the truth is, we can't use it in the operating budget. We can only use it for capital projects. So one of the things we did is the parking lot lighting. We put lighting out here this past year by the front steps for late night meetings. There's other areas of the parking lot where staff have a tendency to work late that we would have put lighting in down by the entrance to the Auditor Controller's Office Public Works building. So when the facilities manager comes on, we're going to work with him and work with Public Works so that during the transition period to really see what is needed. But we do need to do some roof repairs. We need to look at building security. Public Works structural improvements are in here. And then the technology projects, which I mentioned as a carryover from the $1.5 million that we budgeted last year. We've done a lot of work on that. We've carried over $891,000 for those ongoing projects, and they are ongoing. There's also money in here for the ESRI upgrade, which is the GIS system, the Megabyte upgrade, which is our property tax system, and money in here regarding the permitting software that the building department uses, and the time and attendance program. Other requests, this was the last minute one that is not included, is that I had a meeting last week. It was of all the participants in the JPA or the agreement was through UC Cooperative Extension, which is the Farmer Advisors. Our contract expires on June 30th. They are requesting, it was a multi-year contract. They provide services such as agriculture, natural resources, nutrition, family and consumer science, master gardeners, 4-H programs. They're located here at Government Center. They have requested an increase in the contract of 7.5% of $9,567. That came at a point where our budget had been put together, as well as Tuolumne County, El Dorado County, and Amador County, and we're all going, But the fact of the matter is, we asked them, well, if we say no to this increase, what does that mean for the counties? And it basically is a reduction in service. What those reductions in services look like, they couldn't give us an exact, the exact information prior to these budget hearings. They are going through it and working on that. The one other thing that I do want to mention is that there was an oversight, and on one of the sheriff's budget units, it was for a designated fund for jail DNA that was not put into bid and included in the budget, but we are recommending that it be added to the budget. It is a non-general fund cost. It is $13,500 from the jail designated fund, so that when we come back, even though it is not anywhere in your budget binders, when we come back for adoption of the budget, we will be including it, and it provides for, I believe it's 10% of an employee cost, as well as some overtime. So I just wanted to mention that that we will be taking care of that so that it gets included at recommended budget.
Surely.
Do I have to go back?
I would like to look backwards instead of looking at...
How far back would you like to go, Supervisor Wright?
Thank you, Supervisor Wright, I'm not alone.
So I just wanted to go back to this, and is that a one-year increase?
That is, the last contract, I believe, was for 5 years.
So that's a 5-year increase?
I think they will come back. That is the first year increase. Whether it remains static or not will be dependent.
So, that's good.
But that is for the 16-17 fiscal year. What the increase would be is the 95.67.
So that is a per year. And they didn't provide a budget for you?
They did. It was rather interesting. It was increase to salary and benefits was the highest percentage of increase, with reductions to services and supplies to offset some of that. If the board wants, when I bring the contract forward, I will bring all the information that shows what their budget is, how it's split between the four counties, what positions are funded by University of California, and what other, we also provide office space for them here at Government Center.
That's a general fund charge?
It would be a general fund charge.
And you can bring that information.
I can bring that information.
Thank you.
Yeah, that'd be good.
So we don't get to look at it and say, okay, we can't afford this part of the program. We just give them the money and get what they want.
Actually, we have meetings over the course of the year, supervisors, right, and it's in the representatives of the board. Unfortunately, they did not make the meeting that I was at. So that information, and there's supervisors and CAOs from each of the counties that attend these meetings, and they really go through all the information. But I will bring that information to the board.
Yeah, I think it would be helpful. I encourage this, way back when, that they, give more of a kind of explanation to the whole board, because they're doing great stuff. So they should come and be like, hey, we're doing great stuff. Like 4-H comes, I know. I think, Master Gardeners, but it'd be good to have the whole package and and what we're spending on. Because I look at that and I go, well, 9,000 increase in all the stuff they do, that might be worth it. But it'd be nice to just have that pit, just like the other departments.
My recommendation would be, as we bring forward the contract, I will ask Scott Onetto, who heads up this for UC California, University of California, to come and make that presentation to the board.
Okay, thank you.
They provided they do have some great programs, and I'm going to show just how long I've been around. The Farm Advisor used to be a county department a number of years ago, and when the recession hit, but the Farm Advisor who oversaw that department was an employee of the University of California, but the employees that were under him were county employees. Yeah. So, and so when the recession hit and we were looking at it, it was how can we best serve the rural counties? Can we do something together? And that was how this came about, where we share some of the overall resources of the administration part of it, and all the employees associated with it are now University of California employees. So looking ahead, as I mentioned, we're still in the Butte Fire recovery, and I don't think we're totally winding down. We have $10 million in appropriations for the projects, as Rebecca mentioned. We will see FEMA and CDA reimbursement sometime in the future. We don't know how long that will take, so that could impact our general fund and our cash flow. We're looking at the medicinal cannabis cultivation and whether the registration fees will cover the program, whether the board on the 21st will move forward with extending the urgency ordinance, and whether or not a marijuana cultivation tax will be placed on the November ballot and what that will look like. We still don't know too much about what the true cost of the free mortality will be versus available funding. As I mentioned, with salary and benefit costs, we have the 27th pay date occurring in the 16-17 fiscal year. We received, it's supposed to say 18-month contract extension, which will expire June 30th, so we'll be gearing up for negotiations in the spring. As you know, the state passed increases to the minimum wage that will be graduated over the next 5 years, and we know that that's going to have an impact on the county. It won't affect us in January 1st, 2017, but it will beginning in 2018. So we will need to begin preparing for that, because it has a ripple effect as you have to increase those lower minimum wages they go up. There's changes to the Fair Labor Standards Act regarding overtime and versus exempt position rules that we will have to be looking at. PERS projected increased contributions over the next 5 years, and I think over the past couple of budget years, Rebecca has done a real good job of talking about that and what that means. Looking at the possible restructuring of our Office of Emergency Services, we need to make sure we're meeting the fundamental requirements of response and recovery. But as I mentioned at mid-year, I was waiting until a new sheriff was appointed, which was done just a month ago, to sit down, because I think it's really important to bring the affected departments together and come up with the recommendations to the board, whether that means creating a new position that will oversee, work with the Sheriff's Office on response and oversee the recovery portion, or what that will look like. But I really believe that the departments need to get together to discuss that and provide those recommendations to the board. And quite frankly, I didn't want to hit Sheriff DeBasilio in the first weeks of his taking office with this issue, with budget and everything else going on.
So you already know what my recommendation was, right?
Yes, I do. And as I said at mid-year budget, I think it's critical to look at all aspects, and it may very well mean bringing in a director for OES, but I think we would do a disservice to the Sheriff's Department to not sit down and bring everybody to the table and have those discussions. Also, we are, again, looking at deferred maintenance costs on the buildings and grounds and some vehicles.
Shirley?
Yes?
Yep. Guess that other slide. So part of the salary and benefit costs, you know, generally the boards I'm sitting on, our biggest concern has been the health insurance costs. Do you see that as a concern too?
We have started, of course, meeting with Alliant and discussing what future costs will be. We are hoping that of course, there's always the possibility of larger increases than what we're talking about, but we should not see increases larger than what we've seen in the past year.
Any other questions before I move to the next slide?
We'll just make you go back.
So, Supervisor Kearney, you had the question about the teeter fund. The projected balance at 6/30/15 when Ms. Cowan did this at mid-year, and I think that last year's budget was $8.6 million. We were estimating transfers of the technology project of $1.5 million, general fund contribution of $500,000, and about $900,000 in deficit spending. I think we will have significant savings, and the auditor and I talked, and so I don't think we'll be transferring anything above that $500,000. Also, we have not yet spent the $1.5 million. So if whatever is left over and unspent at the end of this year, we will only transfer what's actually been spent. So the estimated revenue that we'll be posting at fiscal year end for 15-16 would be $1.5 million. Estimated transfers in 16-17 is for those technology projects and the upgrades to the megabyte ESRI, the GIS system, the time and management system, et cetera, is a little over $1 million. A general fund contribution coming out $500,000. And what we determined to balance the budget, again, we may not have to transfer this at the end of the year, but at this point to with all the appropriations and revenues built into the budget, $1.8 million in deficit funding. We'll have an estimated, again, revenue at 16-17, which again is, I hate to say it, but at times a shot in the dark because we don't know what the full impact of this will have on the penalties and fines and what that will really look like at the end of 16-17, but since we've been consistent, that will lower our teeter funds to about $7 million at the end, at 6/30/17, if all this occurs. General fund contingencies and reserves, the board's budget principle is that it should be 3 to 4% of general fund appropriations. It helps with cash flow and borrowing. It covers unanticipated expenses and revenue losses, and I am not going to mention what those might be, simply because last year the projections came true. Fiscal year 16-17 recommended budget at this point has a 2% contingency. Hopefully when the assessor closes the roll and the auditor closes the books, we will have additional fundings that we can increase that contingency to 3% at final budget. Our general fund.
What does the contingency look like? What are we going to close out with?
In contingencies, it was about, we spent $210,000 of a little over $1 million, so it would be about $800,000.
It was budgeted at 1.2 million, and we spent
220,000, so it would be a little over 900,000. General fund reserves are 2.4 million, which is 4.6% of appropriations. And I've recommended this before, and that's to develop a policy that the board would approve to transfer a percentage of the general fund year-end balance to general fund reserves. I think it's going to be very critical to increase, if possible, the contingencies of final budget to 3%, and maintain as much in the teeter fund as possible, because we are anticipating cash flow issues due to we don't know how long it will take to get reimbursed from FEMA and Cal OES through CDAA. So I think it's really critical that we maintain as much as possible our teeter reserves and our the contingency and general fund reserves. And you back? You want me to go back now?
No, don't go back. So the other thing to be mindful of is not only do we have an unknown in terms of how long it's going to take to get reimbursed. So if you think about the hazardous tree project, it's budgeted at 8.2 million, something like that. That's all reimbursement. So we have to spend that in order to get that reimbursed. I mean, the same thing with the road projects. We have to spend the 1.9 million to get that back. And what we've found over the years is that we really do have a pretty heavy reliance, many of the departments, on reimbursement grants, which means you have to spend it before you get it. And so we don't have a history working with FEMA on public assistance on how long it's going to take to get the money back. So is it going to take 6 months? Is it going to take a year? I don't know. And so that's why it's going to be really imperative for cash flow. But the other thing is we have spent dollars, and we're making assumptions that they're all going to be eligible. We're making assumptions that we are going to get reimbursed on all of those expenses. And the reality is, if we don't dot an I correctly and we don't cross a T correctly, they are ineligible. They just are. And so that will become 100% general fund. So we've, I've been extremely cautious and extremely conservative with departments to ensure that everything that's coming through my office would meet that standard. But I can tell you there are areas that I have concerns with. There's areas that administration has had concerns with, that we've had significant, lengthy discussions about some of those concerns. And so I can tell you with 100% likelihood that not all of the expenses will be eligible for reimbursement. So that's just something to be aware of.
I've got a quick question. That's a very good point you bring up, because it does look kind of rosy compared to, like, in my mind, how it looks up there. So thank you for that. Will you have a better idea by the time final budget comes around, or is this going to be like really into next fiscal year, halfway through, or 3 years from now? Or
It could take a long time. Generally, the audit, because we will be audited, that's 100%, absolutely, we will be audited for the federal funding. That can take as many as 5 years. And so 5 years from now, we'll be talking about this.
Yeah, you will be talking.
And, yeah, some of us, you can watch it on TV. About what we did right and what we did wrong. But there will be a bill, come due that day.
Yeah, thank you. I just needed a time frame, and that's, it's not going to be something that we're going to be able to address in the final budget.
No.
This is going to be a multi-year process.
All right, so do we have an estimate on what some of the expenses are now?
We know what we have put in, we know what we have claimed, we know what we're budgeting in the current fiscal year with the hopes of full reimbursement. Again, as Rebecca stated, it will take FEMA's examining what we have submitted, determining what's eligible, what's non-eligible, and so we don't have that magic number of what they will approve. It will take time, and we are constantly monitoring. The auditor's office has been diligent in monitoring the cost and the request for reimbursement to projects, but it is going to be a lengthy time. And just knowing that we could be facing additional costs down the road, and that is another reason to maintain our reserves, maintain the TITA fund to the best of our ability, and to make sure our contingencies are where they need to be.
So how much have you submitted so far?
I'd have to look at what we've spent so far. We've spent probably close to $2 million. I have submitted $1.7 million of what I'm allowed to submit. There's a lot of hoops to jump through when you're dealing with these programs. So we do have costs we've incurred that I have no mechanism to submit claim until the project's closed out. So that's the other thing is some of these costs, we don't get any money until the project's closed out. So if we don't, for instance, you have a 18-month window to do permanent work, which would be the road repairs. And then you can do an extension of an additional 18 months on top of that. So the project doesn't close until all of that work is done. So we will have costs. Yeah, I mean, we can have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars in closeout costs that I'm not going to be able to get until the project's closed out.
So you said that you submitted somewhere around 2 million or
1.7 is what we've submitted.
And all that's reflected in the budget?
That was reflected in this budget in 15-16. But I think the cash flow issue is kind of a bigger issue for me because we're talking about some pretty, I mean, $10 million is significant. And if I'm going to have to wait for 6 months to get reimbursement and we're having to put that much money out, that's a little bit of a heartburn for me. It's not so bad if I know we have, TITR and we have the general fund reserve. What concerns me a little bit is then you add on tree mortality, and the potential, those unknowns that are out there, and I start cutting it close. So that's why I'm always very cautious on that teeter balance. I mean, what would make me feel more comfortable is if we had a significantly higher general fund reserve, which is why I absolutely recommend that as the years go on, when we have that excess fund balance at the end of the year, that should be pushed over to the general fund reserve. Things happen that are outside of our control. We were in this room right before the fire started, and I cautioned you about the importance of having a large reserve if we had our room fire, and we did. So this is what happens, and now we're going to have tree mortality. So there's a lot of things that this county is going to have to deal with that are extremely expensive, that we're going to have to deal with, but it creates a cash flow issue. Even if there's going to be assistance at the state or federal level, we still have to manage it locally. These are still local disasters.
Auditor Callan, is there any resources we can utilize to make sure that our reimbursement requests to FEMA, or the OES, as a matter of fact, are going to be most accurate as we can when we submit them? Is there a consulting firm or something that we can check out?
No. The issue is we knew the rules going in. And if any of you were in, early on, were in the AOC, I made it very clear what those rules were. I have sent out memos and procedures, and I have screamed it from the rooftops what those procedures were going to be. If a department chose to ignore those procedures and went off on their own, there's nothing I can do about that. We've kind of made our bed. And so at this point, those are the issues that we're going to have to deal with. So I've had to go back and forensically restructure and what we did to try to make everything line up so that it can be documented. So that's the problem that we're running into. And so we hope that it's enough that we can tell the auditors that, we are small. We've never had to go through a disaster like this before. We've never had to experience anything to this magnitude before. That we're going to put kind of Humpty Dumpty back together after the fact, and hopefully that's enough for them. But if it's not, I'm just forewarning you that those could be ineligible expenses because we did not properly document, or we did not properly go through the right procurement process.
I'd like to have a conversation with you about that later.
Okay.
And one of the reasons why we're both HR Auditor's Office and the Admin Office are adamant about including the time and attendance system is because one of the problems that we had was tracking the time during, in a sense, the fire, because we don't have a mechanism to do that. Currently, our payroll system is an exception-based system where you put in the hours that you took for vacation, holiday. If you're a full-time employee, it's an exception-based where you put in vacation, sick, whatever. So the time and attendance system will provide the level of detail in the future that we should need.
Yeah, I agree with that completely. So that's a good deal.
And it's huge.
So let's take a 10-minute break.
This is almost my last slide. If you want to take...
Or you keep losing people.
Well, the only reason I was saying that, Supervisor Edson, was because that will be the break. At that break, then the Sheriff's Office can switch places with us. So real quick, the recommended budget is balanced, utilizing 1.8 in one-time teeter funds, $3 million. Now I have to go back. Estimated fund balance. Again, this is a cooperative effort with all the departments, and I want to acknowledge the board for their leadership in establishing the principles and policies under which we do. The county departments working hard with our office. Of course, the auditor controller, our HR director, and Deborah Shulman also helping out, and all our other budget team partners who worked with us, as well as the administrative staff. So I recommend we conduct the public hearing, and after the conclusion, adopt the budget resolutions on the 28th. See, I said it was quick.
Okay. Take a 10-minute break. Okay. So we're welcome back after our 10-minute or so break. Now we get to be entertained by our local sheriff's office, right?
Yes, you do. Sheriff DeVisillo, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello.
gentle with me. My first one.
Well, we start off hard and get gentle.
Okay, well, that's fine too. Give you a brief overview. We're going to talk about our total operating budget, budget employee cost, the impact of the BEC's cost increases, vehicle replacement for fiscal year 16-17, and the impact that all this is going to come about upon the county. There'll be multiple people talking, different departments. I'm going to let Captain Macedo start this off by introducing Maria and in her new position.
Good afternoon, Jim Macedo. It's 4 o'clock, so I'm going to try and move through this as quick as I can. But before I start, I'd like to introduce our new business administrator, Maria Hinsey. Ms. Hinsey comes to us from the San Joaquin County Probation Department. She has experience in governmental budgeting and accounting. She formerly worked for the Lawrence Livermore National Lab, so specifically in their law enforcement budget. So she's familiar with dealing with cops and law enforcement and the way we think. She's very professional, easy to get along with. So I'm sure we'll hopefully enjoy a good, solid working relationship with Maria, kind of facilitating a lot of our budget and finance and grants and contracts with the rest of the county. So I wanted to introduce Maria. She's going to help out a little bit today. She's also just starting, so it may take us a little longer to work through some of the questions that you may have.
So be gentle with me.
Well, that's the second time.
Welcome, Maria.
Thank you, Captain.
You're welcome. So we'll jump forward.
Did I say I'm not a good driver?
No pressure.
I will take you forward, and if you have to go back, then you can go
Then we have to use that one. Okay, thank you very much.
All right, so the sheriff covered this slide, so we're going to jump forward one more, please. Might be two. All right, our total operating budget across all funds and activities this year is $13,600,000 and change. Our department request is $12 million and change. $926,000 approximately of that is transferred in from designated funds. The department request for general fund operating budget, not including transfers from those funds mentioned above, is roughly $11 million. So our department request for general fund contribution is down at 9.6, and I bring that up because the sheriff's office does bring forward a significant amount of revenue in comparison to some other departments. Maybe not necessarily as much as Public Works, but we do bring in quite a bit of revenue. Next slide, please. We are going to try and, as we go through these slides, talk about the impacts to the community, specifically as it relates to the sheriff's office, and then some of our requests, and then some of our historical challenges over the last year. Next slide. So the auditor just mentioned this a little bit ago, and I've talked to the board about this quite a bit, and it really deals with the consequences of being dependent upon grants and contracts. Our sheriff's office budget and bringing in that revenue is heavily dependent upon grants and contracts. And when you're dependent upon grants and contracts, you're needing to bring in those funds in order to balance your budget and meet your targeted revenue for that particular year. When we have the fire, a homicide, a series of violent crimes, or a large violent crime, we have to transfer staff away from those grants and contracts to address the emergency. And the problem is, while they're not working on those grants and contracts, we are not generating that revenue. So that's the obvious impacts, the obvious negative impact to our agency. But what is difficult for the board to see is the transfers of staff unto themselves cause problems. They could cause union issues, they cause overwork, they cause overtime. So what I would suggest, and for those of you that read my my budget memo this year, is the sheriff's office is really strongly encouraging we start to drift back away from being so heavily reliant upon grants and contracts and become more general fund reliant. That allows the sheriff's office more flexibility, and in actuality, it allows the board members more flexibility too, because if you call us with a particular problem, our staff is not glued to or stuck to these grants and contracts in order to generate that revenue. In addition, it's much easier to manage. It's much less of an impact on human resources, the auditor's office, our own internal staff, because the constantly moving staff back and forth in and out of these different divisions all kind of leaves a paper trail and a supervision and management problem, and it's really kind of an unhealthy environment. We did it as an emergency stopgap measure when the recession started, roughly 2007 and 2008. The problem is we've gotten used to that, and we've gotten dependent upon it, and so you've left the sheriff's office in a state where you're almost managing by crisis all the time. You've gotten used to managing by crisis, and that's not how a law enforcement agency should operate. You should really have a good, solid oversight and management, and not losing your span of control over your responsibilities for general law enforcement services. Next slide. So I mentioned the two types of patrol staff. You'll see on the left is the general fund side. Right now, or at the time of building this, we had 14 active general fund patrol positions, including 2 detectives and 1 sergeant. And the sad reality is that 2 detectives and 1 sergeant is our entire detective division. That's for all violent, felony, and misdemeanor crimes that patrol cannot solve on their own. So they're responsible for investigating all those types of crimes and following up on the other crimes that patrol is unable to solve on their particular shift. There's a marine safety deputy, and the net county cost of that is left there. On the right side, you can see where we're heavily imbalanced. We have the court security services employees that are funded through trial court security. East Bay MUD funds 1.75 deputy sheriffs. The Army Corps of Engineers funds a position at Hogan, which is a seasonal position, but it is nearly full-time. The U.S. Forest Service, that contract was brought before you recently. Bureau of Reclamation out at Maloney's funds a full-time employee. ADA JAG, which is one of our controlled substances grants, which has become a very problematic grant for us because it is largely staff intensive, and that is one of the grants that was significantly impacted this last fall by the fire and by some of our more violent crimes. We have a lot of obligations to comply with that grant, and the fact is we weren't able to comply with all of those obligations. AB 109, which has been mentioned quite a bit, we have another position funded out of that. That is the deputy sheriff assigned to probation that goes out with the probation officers and addresses the deputies, the early release prison felons and those that otherwise would have gone to prison that are on PRCS. Off-highway vehicle funds a grant. We have 1 person assigned to that, and marine safety. And again, you can see all of those folks on that right-hand side, when we have a major emergency, they get, excuse the term, swept out of their assignment and moved to address the emergency, only to return at a later date. And then there's a lot of paperwork and a lot of shifting of employee staff and resources and time just to get them back where they belong. Next slide. So lots of questions about hiring and vacancies. So what you're looking at is just this last fiscal year since July 1. On the left side, you'll see all of those numbers are employees that are hired. On the, when I say the far left column, so the second column over that talks about resigned or released, those are all the employees that either resigned from our agency or were released for a variety of reasons. You'll see that there's some duplicate numbers from one side to the other. And the reason being is there was sometimes multiple employees in that one number, so we added some letters there to identify who they were, so we were sure we weren't that our numbers were essentially accurate and that we weren't overloading one side or the other. The third column is those hired in our custody division, our jail division, and those are you can see there was a total of 10 hired there, and then 12 released. So when HR talks to you about how much time they're having to spend with the sheriff's office, and we've talked about backgrounds and how the backgrounds have impacted our organization and the staff that's involved in this hiring and release and this entire process. And again, we don't have anybody in our agency that's assigned to hiring. These are all extra duties that a variety of people have to share in order to kind of accomplish what we're doing. So you can see it was a very busy year with hiring and vacancies. It is my hope this next year, or possibly at mid-year, to work with Human Resources and Maria to attach a cost to that, to show you exactly what that's costing not only the Sheriff's Office but the county, so we can really kind of look at a cost analysis of how expensive this business of hiring and letting people go.
Bring them in, train them, and release them.
Sure.
It's expensive.
It is.
Can you, I don't understand this slide, so can you walk me through?
Absolutely. So the 3227, as an example, that is a position number.
Okay.
Okay, that is an employee position number that is originated. It's approved by the budget, by the Board of Supervisors, and Human Resources originates that number.
Okay.
And it's essentially a payroll number.
Okay.
When you see 32, that's generally speaking a patrol number. 33 is an operations number, and those are consistent with our budget units.
Okay.
The letters next to them are initials, and again, that was for internal reference only to make sure we weren't duplicating. So that left side, those are all the people we've hired in operations in this last fiscal year.
Okay.
We've hired all of those people.
Okay.
Second column over, those are all the people that either resigned to seek employment elsewhere, or retired, or were released on probation, terminated, what have you.
Okay. Thank you.
And then we broke it up between custody and operations.
And custody would be?
The jail largely.
Still jail, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Sure. Next slide, please. This is just a map of the county, and basically it talks about staffing, and it's kind of a visual representation of just how few deputy sheriffs there are on the street for such a large area, and it kind of helps you understand our response times. And then I've talked to the board quite significantly in the past about making sure you have backup, and what happens when you only have 3 deputies on and you have somebody that decides they want to fight you. And there's times it's taken us 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, as many as 9 people to take control of one person. Granted, we do have, systems on our belt to help us control people, but at the same time, this is a slide that causes me to not sleep well at night. We do try and do we've done alternative shifts. We work with other agencies, but the fact remains we don't have enough people on the street during a given shift, and that's something we need to improve upon not only this year but in the future.
Captain?
Yes.
One quick moment. The emblem of looks like a police officer.
Yes.
Does that designate the number of officers on duty for that particular area?
Yes. Next slide. So the marijuana compliance and enforcement program, initially we were asked how we wanted to staff that, and we discussed this with staff internally. We discussed it with the county, discussed it at the administrative level. We did not want to understaff ourselves, but we certainly didn't want to overstaff ourselves. We looked at the numbers of grows that we knew about the previous year and the calls for service relating to marijuana. Last year we had put some systems in place in order to track the time certain staff was spending on marijuana, but part of that is a training tool, getting staff to train when they're actually working on marijuana-related complaints. We originally decided we wanted to staff at 2 deputy sheriffs, and we spoke to you during the quite lengthy marijuana discussions that was an initial request, and that based upon how things went, we may adjust that request over time. Originally, we did not request a supervisor. However, in looking at the current detective supervisor and the caseload of detectives, and specifically that supervisor who's kind of a working supervisor that's also overseeing active homicide cases, active rape cases, cold homicide cases, and I think Barbara would agree with me on this. Just because a murder's over and somebody's in jail does not mean those detectives and supervisors are done with their work. They're working on those cases sometimes for years up until it goes to trial. So we did not want to leave one supervisor with oversight over a new marijuana program that we knew was going to have lots of issues, and our existing detective division, it just wasn't going to work well. So that is the reason why we are now asking for another supervisor. I want to talk to you, too, about some internal staff duty in a minute. But we're going to talk a little bit about our equipment request as it relates to those, and most of those are in the budget, but I just want to briefly go over those with you, and the vehicles, the equipment, and then I talk about this program is going to be evolving, and as conditions change, our needs may change, both inside of the office with the people coming in and outside of the office, depending on calls for service and type of behavior that's going on. Something that's starting to emerge the last week or two, and it deals specifically with inside of the office, and in my discussions with Lieutenant Hewitt and the supervisor who is currently supervising the 2 deputy sheriffs that are addressing the marijuana issue, there's an incredible amount of analytical work, inter-office paperwork that is coming in and trying to get organized with the complaints versus the registrations. And it's not necessarily due to the backgrounds, although because we haven't got to the backgrounds yet, but to be able to analyze these grows and compare them and who's there, we may be asking for some more analytical staff inside the office, sheriff services type staff or something in the near future. Again, it's going to kind of depend on the workload and what happens over the next few months. Next slide. I'm going to address some savings to the county. I've mentioned this to the board before. We use a lot of AB 443 dollars. We're utilizing the Friends of the Sheriff's Office who are donating money and equipment and supplies to us. The revenue that was mentioned earlier, the Sheriff's Office supplies radio and communications infrastructure, which we also charge for services such as the Angels Camp dispatch contract, the police dispatch contract, the ambulance contract. Obviously, we heavily rely upon our search and rescue and Sheriff's Office volunteers, reserve deputies. We do use asset forfeiture and seizure funds, and then most recently the jail inmates. I want to bring all this to your attention because, when you look at our existing staff and we're trying to determine what else is it can we do to bring more money in or help out ourselves or help out the rest of, the budget, we're doing quite a bit. We've asked our staff to do quite a bit, and again, we asked them to do this kind of on an emergency basis during the recession, but it's become the norm, and eventually we're going to have to transfer a little bit of, we're going to have to start moving away from that because staff is starting to get tired. There are starting to become complaints and issues, and that's why some people do leave the office. So I want to put that on the board's radar moving forward. Next slide. I mentioned AB 443. Obviously, this is always an issue each and every year. And again, it's for rural sheriffs with counties under 200,000. It's meant to supplement the sheriff's office so that we are not becoming obsolete in our method of investigations and in our technology. I'm going to close with a slide that will talk about AB 443 spending. But again, this is a fund that we want to save money in. We want to use it for advanced technology. We don't want to use it to offset ongoing law enforcement expenditures that normally governmental entities pay for police and law enforcement services. This is something we really need to get away from, and that includes paying for some of the raises for deputies that have been going on now for, I think, nearly 10 years. Next slide.
Talk a little bit about patrol vehicles. Our patrol staff, I have some numbers on the vehicles that have over 100,000 miles. As the miles go up on these vehicles, it starts costing us more and more money to maintain them. When you get up over 100,000 miles, the costs just start to exponentially go up. Next slide. Our local California CHP office has 12 vehicles in their fleet. They're all SUVs because of the terrain that we work in. I believe our CAO talked about the terrain earlier today. Even down in the Valley Springs area, you get into some off-road areas that SUVs can get in there, but sedans cannot. So it's imperative that we have these SUVs. Again, California Highway Patrol has 4 SUVs. The rest of their vehicles are all-wheel drive, which still gives you the capability of going more places. And their average miles are 100,000 miles. Next slide. Oh, that's when they get rid of them. I'm sorry, you're right. It is. They get rid of them at 100,000 miles. Most departments that I've talked to are around the 90,000 mark. Tuolumne County, they currently have 6 4x4s. They have a limited amount of deputies up in the high country. Their county might be bigger in size, but with the cities incorporated within, they cover a lot of area. Their average is, again, 100,000 miles where they're getting rid of their vehicles. And again, replacement costs are, they're replacing them when their repair costs are getting excessive, which starts occurring at that 100,000 mile mark. Next slide. Amador County, they have 17 vehicles assigned to the patrol. 8 of them are 4x4s. They replace their 4x4s after 3 years of service. Their average life is 100,000 miles on their Explorers and 125,000 miles on the Expeditions. We don't have Explorers in our patrol fleet. All we have is the Expeditions. And their goal is to get 5 new vehicles per year. Angels Camp, they have 6 cars in their fleet. They have 1 4x4. Again, they're in the city. We all know the city very well. They don't have a lot of areas that they need to get to that are 4x4 worthy, I guess. Their average patrol vehicle miles is less than 22,000 miles. Again, they cover 3 square miles, not quite as much as we do. Their goal is to get 4 years or less, regardless of the miles they're rotating their vehicle out. Again, hence the low mileage. Next slide. Our needs are the 4x4s. Currently, we have 9 of them. They're assigned to patrol. 2 have in excess of 200,000 miles. One of those is our canine that was specially equipped for the canine. 3 of them are in excess of 190. One has 103,500 miles on it. 3 of them have less than 100,000 miles. Per the mechanic, the patrol vehicles, they average about 25,000. When I was on patrol, I would run somewhere around 160 to 260 miles a day. So it varies depending on, back to the slide where there's 3 deputies on scene. If you're up in Arlen and you have to go down to Copperopolis, you're covering a lot of ground real quickly. I wanted to address real quickly, before we go to the next slide, folks talked about the surplus vehicles. We keep our surplus vehicles. We use them for parts. Again, most of them get surplus when they're well over 200,000 miles. They're not worth anything to anybody. So we scavenge parts off of them as vehicles break down and they need repair. And then a lot of those vehicles get turned over to our volunteer unit so that they have vehicles also. Next slide. These are vehicles with high mileage. Again, we have 5 vehicles that have over or close to 200,000 miles or more. The 07-17 with 170,000, I did a little bit more research, and we actually have 2 other vehicles. One of them has 174,000, the other has 178,000 miles on them. The 02, that 1002 on the bottom with 128,000 miles, that was actually bought in 2011. We didn't buy any vehicles between 2008 and 2000, I got it somewhere, 2008 and 2011 when we bought those. So there was quite a few years there where we didn't buy any vehicles. We didn't buy anything in 2008, 9, or 10. It was the 3 years that we did not buy any vehicles. And that's what's put us quite behind on the vehicle process. Captain, you're up. Next slide, please.
Okay, this is a relatively new issue, and bear with me. The staff that did the research for this slide is in Sacramento today. But the Sheriff's Office has mobile data computers in their car, which operate like a dispatch system. So they're sent to some calls via computer, they're sent to some via radio, and information is transferred back and forth on those computers. When we initially started the program, we used a microwave system, and we have existing infrastructure in the county for that microwave system. And our neighbors to the north of us, Amador County, used a cellular-based system. And originally, the microwave system was working pretty well. However, we were having some issues with some of the vendors, and we're also having issues with some of the speed with which that information travels back and forth on the computer. So we recently utilized, and when I'm talking about the microwave system, it's the IP mobile net, which is the column on the left. And I don't want to say publicly what's happening to that company, but I believe that I've heard they're having some significant issues. And microwave appears to be technology that is no longer cutting edge, that the cellular systems have caught up and in some cases bypassed. So we basically did a demo with a couple of vehicles utilizing the cellular system. and the cellular system is working quite a bit better. We're having a lot more coverage, so to speak, and the data is traveling much faster. And to give you an idea when that's important, if a 24-hour gas station is robbed in this county, deputy sheriffs were not able to get those photos back to dispatch to get disseminated out to other agencies. Photos of the suspect that can actually get off the camera system inside the store, or photos of the car. So there's a timing related to that timing issue. And from what I'm being told, this new Cradle Point system is working much better. There's potential for a cost savings as it relates to switching to this other system. So I also want to put that on the board's radar, that throughout the year we may either be forced to leave one system due to that company's issues, or it actually may be beneficial to us. And that'll be included in the cost of the vehicles.
So you guys have been running that with IT, right?
Yes, yes. They have as part of a strategic plan that it will come before the board eventually, we have a communications and technology infrastructure working group made up of both entities that meet specifically over emergency communications and sheriff's office issues, and that's something that has not always happened in the past, and that is moving well now. Next slide.
I know you folks gave us a school resource officer quite a while back. However, we've been unable to put somebody into that position because of low staffing levels. With the folks that we have coming out of the academy here recently, or excuse me, not out of the academy, the people that we've hired and the people that are on the training program, they're going to be getting off of the training program. On July 25th, school starts again. I'm hoping to have Sean Cicchini as our school resource officer. Again, depending on how our staffing levels go and when our guys get off the training program, it may get pushed out till August 25th, so it might be a month later. But I will have him in there by August 25th this year. So we will have a school resource officer coming up and running. Next slide.
What's the automatic weapon up there?
To show that that's what's happening in some of our schools.
That was a gun that was taken out of Calaveras High School.
Yeah, it was off of a bus.
It's off the bus.
Yeah, it's off the bus.
So it was a Tech 9?
What's that?
What kind of gun is it?
It's a Tech 9. It's a 9mm automatic weapon. Something that we would use on a SWAT team.
Nice.
Next slide. West Point Railroad Flat, we have a community deputy officer. He's very involved in that community up there. Covers basically from McCalmy Hill, Mountain Ranch, up through Glencoe, into West Point. He's very diligent in working with all the people that are up there. One of the programs that Sheriff Kuntz started back up was resident deputy, and he's one of them. Next slide. Next one, we have a young man who's in our training program right now who lives in the Copperopolis area. So he will be our resident deputy once he breaks the training program. Again, it's good for the community and it's good for the department to have those people. It's a familiar face. When we do our neighborhood watch programs, they are the ones that work on those because they know the people. So they get very involved in it. Next will be up Lieutenant Stern. Next slide.
So the SRO?
School Resource Officer, Sean Cicchini. He's in our Marine unit right now.
Yeah, I thought he was in the Marine.
Yeah, he's in the Marine unit, and we're going to be moving him over again because, like Captain Macedo talked about, those are contracts that we have to fulfill. I can't just pull him out of there without putting somebody in his place. And because I don't have the staffing, I can't do that right now.
Good afternoon. Lieutenant Tim Sturman. We're going to talk just for a minute about the jail. This particular slide is a pending issue. The jail operates with a lot of technology, which is controlled by a main control booth. Without going into every detail, it's listed on there. The control booth controls everything from the elevator to television sets, and neither employees or inmates can move within the facility without that person in the control booth opening or closing a door for them. Obviously, that requires a lot of technological infrastructure, and the service contract on those systems expired in March of this year. when the system crashes, it also, as part of that, has the security cameras. There's over 40 on that one control person is watching at any given time. Those go down too. So what's happened since the service contract has expired is it's been on a pay-per-use for repair. And depending on what the repair is, whether it requires engineering over the phone or on-site visits, it's $100 to $300 per hour. We're getting bids to enter into a new contract. The current company who has provided service, their bid is over $61,000, and there is at least one other equivalent competitor, but obviously the cost per failure on a system like this is very high. So we may bring this back to you at a later date for a study session and put it out for RFP. But it is going to be a significant expense that does need to be addressed at some point in this next budget year.
Can I have clarification?
Sure.
So the system's in place. The contract that expired is the maintenance contract?
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
Okay. And is there a reason why it wasn't renewed, or are you not happy with the service, or?
Well, everything was under warranty
Okay.
up until that point, and so we addressed what we could and what failed under warranty, and now we're taking a look at what we do moving forward. Okay. Next slide. And this is good news. Ms. Ryan briefly mentioned this, the inmate worker program, which is funded by the Calaveras Community Partnership. It's going to pay for a C-step correctional officer, equipment, the associated insurance, and provide a program that will work government center, nonprofit agencies. And things that have been done in the past are light repair jobs, assistance during floods, firewood for seniors and people who couldn't otherwise acquire it on their own. And that's through inmates. But when the inmates are out of the facility, obviously they need a correctional officer to supervise them, and that's what this position provides. I did want to note that the net effect of this still within the facility is the same. It's an additional body, and we will rehire that position. But the direct supervision that is still within the facility doesn't increase because this person works outside, and it doesn't bolster routine numbers on the shift.
Lieutenant?
Sir?
The inmate work program, will that affect our surrounding government center?
Yes, it will.
And that's in existence now?
It's in existence now. However, the current staffing has not allowed us to get the officer out with the inmates nearly as much as needed. We've just been unable to do it. The officers are already working the majority of their days off on overtime to cover shift vacancies. So this was just a function that we had to briefly put aside.
So is this one of those contract grant type programs to where if we're not providing that service that the contract's paying for, we don't get paid for it?
Essentially, yes. If we don't have the officer out on the street with a crew of inmates, then that's not what the Calaveras Community Partnership has agreed to. So potentially, yes. Okay. Next slide. And this was within the special department expense request for the jail, and the reason for this was that there's a law that's it's the Prison Rape Elimination Act, and in 2012 it became final. It's a federal law, and to speak specifically for Calaveras, what it would require for us is changes in our policy, some infrastructure changes, and training. Right now it's an unfunded mandate, so we're looking at what we can do with what we have. There's private contractors who have made themselves available to come into a detention facility and tell you everything you need to be compliant with with this law. And other counties are paying somewhere around $5,000 to $7,000 to $8,000 to have that done, and it's based on the size of your facility. There's a system that's called Lexipool, and Lexipool is essentially an attorney-generated policy and procedure manual. It's used by the operations side of the department right now. And Lexipool, as it relates to the PREA, the Prison Rape Elimination Act, addresses that. It has a policy which, if you follow the policy, you'll become compliant. And it also is a policy that's written to conform to the standards that a detention facility in California has to, Title 15. It's consistently and constantly updated on case law, which is not something that the custody division has right now. The current policy manual is user-generated. And so this request is to purchase the yearly subscription to Lexipool, which the end result is a fundamental compliance with PREA standards. We would still have some infrastructure changes to make at a later date, but we would be compliant. And additionally, on a risk management analysis, we would have training bulletins, which are kept in electronic record that show that employees are up to date on their policies. And most of all, it is updated with cases, court cases as they occur. So, yes, ma'am.
Can you explain, so the private party inspection, what is that? And is that $7,000 included in the 12, or is that above and beyond?
That's actually money that we're not asking for. That would be an alternative. The inspection would be a person that comes in and spends a few days, and what they do is they go through and they tell you what you need to do to become compliant.
That's what you're talking about, other counties?
Right.
We're kind of doing, okay. All right. So to have Lexipol in there, that's the $12,225, and they do it all?
That's correct.
Basically?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Our sheriff's recruit program, I'm happy to say that I was part of that back in 2002. The Sheriff's Department hired me, sent me to the academy. I graduated the academy and became a deputy on the street. Right now, you've given us 4 more for this coming year. The reason I have that 5 up there is because originally you had given us 3. 3 of them went. One of them bailed out on us, like I think I talked to a couple of you folks about, and they went to Lodi. We've recouped the cost of the academy. We haven't recouped the cost for the salaries, if I'm not mistaken. But there's still that one person outstanding that I'd like to be able to send back to the academy also. But you've given us 4, so there's that other one out there still. We talked earlier about the extra hire and or limited term. Shirley Ryan talked about that. It's getting folks within the department, within the sheriff's department, that want to become a deputy. It's like a stepping stone for them. If they're in the jail or if they're in dispatch or they're a sheriff's tech and they want to go to the academy, we can now send them to the academy. They don't lose their spot basically in the department. They're not going to lose their benefits. They're not going to lose their time with the county. Before, it was basically if you were in the jail or somewhere else and you wanted to become a deputy, you basically had to quit your job. And with the Obamacare, it's a huge issue because now they have to come up with that insurance money. This way here, they're still working for the county, so that allows them to continue on. Again, it's part of our retainment to keep people employed within the county. And again, it's a successful program. I'm part of that successful program. Next slide.
Did you have recent transfers?
We sent 1. We sent 3, but one of them was out of the jail. However, some of the requirements that we talked about is they have to be in good standing and been within the department for a year, and she was under that, and she wanted to go, so we allowed her to go still. But this will be for folks that already have some time and some investment in the county. So we're not just hiring people, putting them in the jail, and then immediately sending them to the academy. Okay. The cost to send the recruits is we have 4 recruits. It would cost $80,000. It's $20,000. I know that Shirley Ryan and I think Judy Hawkins had talked about doing some sign-on bonuses and whatnot. This is better than a sign-on bonus because these are people that are going to get into a field that they're looking forward to, and you're basically going to be sending to the academy. So, again, recruit retainment. Okay? I think you're up, Jim.
Okay, so this is a slide I mentioned earlier. It's the summary of our priority requests for this year. Obviously, when we spoke with the County Administrative Office regarding their not including the 2 4x4 expeditions into the budget, we understand and respectfully disagree. We do not want to get into a situation again where we are not purchasing vehicles. That is just a fact and a reality of law enforcement, that you need to continue to replace those vehicles and pull vehicles offline that are a high impact on our auto maintenance. If you recall, we actually had to do an auto maintenance transfer mid-year to address some issues. These are in order by way of our request as well. The 4 academy recruits, those costs include their salary and the academy costs. The jail Lexipol versus Perea, Lieutenant Sturm did a good job of explaining that. One of the things that he didn't mention is there is some civil liability and exposure. So that's why we felt it was important to increase that on the list should we have issues go on in the jail. And for those of you that are wondering, we do have issues that go on inside of the jail. The 12 body armor vests, I noticed you mentioned that earlier, Supervisor Wright. That is specifically for our custody staff. That the deputy sheriffs, we purchased those partially through a grant, but the deputies have a different system by which they get their vests.
Captain?
Yes.
For a moment. You say there's 12 body armor vests. Is that one for each correctional officer in that assignment? Or are they sharing that vest?
They're not sharing the vest, are they?
Okay.
The deductible for the patrol car collision, you'll notice there's AB 443 in parentheses there. We're willing to utilize AB 443 funds to pay for that deductible. That'll get us an extra patrol car back online, which will help. It doesn't reduce the need for the 2 above. That's in addition to, and that's the only reason that number is low at 2. We would have been asking for more because we do need more vehicles. CVSA machine, that is a voice stress analyzer machine. We use those in criminal investigations, and we utilize those in pre-employment exams for those that want to come to work for us. They're actually attached to that machine and asked a series of questions. And that is, again, something that we're willing to contribute AB 443 funds to pay for this year. That is the type of technology that I've talked to the board about, in addition to other things that we should be utilizing AB 443 funds for. Lastly is the correctional tech position. The jail is, continuing to struggle with staffing for a variety of reasons, including employees who are out on long-term injuries, and that in addition to the vacancies creates staffing issues in the jail. So they'd like to get another correctional technician on. If not this year, that is something that really needs to be addressed next year. You'll notice the asterisks in the bottom. Those requests do not include the stuff that the CAO recommended related to marijuana enforcement. And before I close, I just want to talk about our vacancies and our hiring issues overall before we take questions. We've talked a lot about our challenges with recruitment and retention, and if you could go back to that slide, Maria, with all the folks coming and going. When you are staffed at a minimum standard, whether it's in patrol, we have a policy that says you shall not have less than 3 deputies on the street, and then we also have a policy in the jail that says you shall not go below this certain amount of staffing in the jail. When you are staffed at minimum staffing and staffed at minimum staffing through governance, through the board's allocation of positions, and things happen, it almost doubles the impact. It creates, it creates additional impacts to where if you had a sufficient amount of staff, or you weren't set at minimum staffing standards, you would have flexibility to bring somebody else over that was essentially a rover or an additional staff person to cover for that person that is out the door for whatever reason, sick, injured, or what have you. So in 2007, we had somebody come in and do a staffing study for the sheriff's office, and it was presented to the board, and they talked about extra positions, flex hiring. And that flex hiring allows you that when you had somebody leave, you had extra positions allocated or extra staff already on board to fill in for those people that left. And one of the things we're going to start doing with Maria and hopefully Human Resources is tracking on an annual basis just how many positions we have that are unfunded, but in addition, those positions where people are out on long-term injury, light duty, whether it's workers' comp or not. Because I bet once we start looking at that, we're going to know that in addition to being staffed at the bare minimum standard, we're actually below that because we know we're going to have X amount of vacancies and injuries in a calendar year or a fiscal year. So it would make sense essentially to flex hire to be able to pre-plan for those issues that you know are recurring year after year after year. It would make perfect sense to do that if you were in business, and it makes sense to do that when you're talking about a public safety agency where you're required to have X amount of people, whether it's in the jail or on the street. With that, I think the last slide is relating to questions.
So I had a couple quick questions for you. In order to meet your dress code requirements, do you need additional equipment? I didn't see any equipment in there.
For which particular position, Supervisor Wright?
I just remember in the past being an issue in the background. I just wondered if that was okay.
So for the marijuana positions, there was a $14,000 equipment list that was emailed to Shirley, which you saw the total number.
Okay, so that's all you need for equipment?
Well, for regular deputy sheriffs that we hire, new deputy sheriffs, we use existing budgetary dollars to pay for equipment when it needs to be replaced, leather gear, what have you. There are times, though, and we're trying to get away from that, there are times that we do need we have an unexpected large-scale equipment purchase. And we're trying to get away from that by using our existing budget to maybe purchase 2 of something every year so we don't end up with this massive bill 10 years down the road. We're really trying to work hard on that, but there's times we do need we need equipment. So
okay, and then on the summary and priority requests page,
yes.
The second to last page there, the 4 academy recruits.
Yes.
So that's, you're looking at $20,000 for each of them, essentially?
It doesn't map out that way. The total academy cost for those folks, and I didn't bring the sheet where I did the math, was about $36,000, I think, and then there was the pay. So it wasn't $20,000 per. I mean, if you look at that, that's what it looks like, but the academy cost was more.
But the $80,000 for this program is included in the budget.
Correct.
We added it into the budget.
Oh.
And that's one of the things I wanted to just mention on this last slide. Number 2 and number 3 are included in the sheriff's budget that's putting forth. So what they're really asking for, in addition to what is in the recommended budget, is 1, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Correct, Jim?
Yes, correct.
Okay, just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah, thanks for that. That helps. And then to clarify a little bit more, number 5 and number 6 are not general fund dollars.
That is correct. And I should clarify, number 6, the CVSA machines, those are actually replacement machines. We have those in existence. One had broke some time ago. The other had still been working, but it's dying a slow, albeit a more rapid death, I believe. And that also includes the training of the staff included in those costs. And that's really just a piece of equipment because that's part of our hiring process. We can't go without that. We would have to switch to a polygraph, and that would require us paying an outside polygraph examiner.
So altogether, you're looking at a request from the general fund of about $196,000, if I did my math right here.
1, 2.
2 is already in there.
Yeah, 2 out.
Sorry, 1. Yes.
58, 168.
I'm sure. I anticipate Shirley will be putting this up on an Excel spreadsheet for you at the conclusion of budget.
Okay. Well, no, because you have to add the bottom 58,000.
It's 196.
Right, 196.
Okay.
Captain, I have, I'm sorry. No, yeah. Captain, I have a couple of questions. going line by line, your services, 5271 category, professional and specialized services.
Yes.
You have $1,012 spent last year and $10,000 budgeted for the following 16. Can you tell me what that involves?
Sure. Supervisor Olvera, which budget are you looking at? Can I
I'm
approach
looking
you?
at the sheriff's budget, and it is
This one.
control and administration. And we're looking at this line item here, and I have several line items I want to talk about. Here. Professional and specialized services. Oh, I'm sorry. Supervisor Oliveira, if you look past the Schedule 9, there's the budget item detail, and on a lot of the line items, it will tell you what that's for. Professional and specialized servicing is for towing, shredding, I don't know what that stands for, SART, and I would say physical, maybe?
Yeah, so cab is our taxi cab licenses, and we send those people that drive taxi cabs out to be drug tested. They pay for the fee, it goes out and comes back. So you're referring to the budget item detail list and the special department expense under that.
So that may help answer some of your questions behind the Schedule 9s. If the Sheriff's Office has put in a description under each of those specific line items, that may help you.
Okay. I see how it's quite categorized. I noticed that we have a entry on 5411 for ammunition, $46,000.
Yes.
I have to go back to when I was in the sheriff's department.
Okay.
I remember times that we could only qualify maybe once a year because we didn't have a budget line item for ammo. I hope this is a correction to our budgets.
It is. We're trying to improve on that. As you well know, ammunition is incredibly expensive. And there's some debate inside the office about how often we shoot and qualify and what happens when you don't hit your target. So I can tell you we're trying to make steady improvements. But when it comes to adding, it's difficult to add things when you have a status quo budget and you're looking at comparing ammunition to some of the things outlined there. So. I can tell you probably everybody in the office would like to shoot more frequently. Ammunition also, we're buying it in bulk because it's become so difficult to get it. And it took us a while to find a vendor that could get us ammunition within a reasonable time frame. So there's not just the problem of how much you want to shoot, it's how soon you can get your ammunition and how much you have to order at one time.
I'm glad to see it's a line item budget. One last question. We talked about special equipment for cannabis enforcement.
Yes.
$14,000. I know that, CEO Ryan, you have a detailed list of that $14,000? I do at the office from the email that Captain Macedo sent me. I don't have it with me.
There's some GPS items included in there, some cameras, machetes. Recall what else was in there?
Night vision goggles, I think.
Night vision?
There may have been, yeah.
I think so.
Yeah. Uniforms, Chris, you with the sheriff's office, duty belts.
There may have been backpacks in there.
Tactical vests to carry, to bring the weight, their gear weight off the waist onto their torso. What's the other?
I know GPSs were included.
Loaded question.
What's that?
Where do we stand on law enforcement and drones now?
They're becoming a little more mainstream, obviously not for investigative purposes. They're still being more heavily used for search and rescue type things. There's, obviously, the ACLU has some huge issues with them, and depending on the county you're in, depends on what kind of pushback you receive from the populace on utilizing drones. I can tell you I would love to use them for search and rescue, and eventually, my guess is you will not see as much helicopter activity. That I think you'll see a lot more drones. As far as the sheriff's office is concerned, that would be something that if we purchased it, it would be, an AB 443 funds purchased down the road. I've watched several demos where they've used them tracking suspects and what have you, but I haven't heard a great story yet of them finding a lost child or anything with one, but I know that they're becoming more commonplace in search and rescue, and I know Supervisor Oliveira, you have a personal interest in those, so you're probably more educated than I am.
I'd like to see the department get one or two.
Yeah, I would too.
Thank you, Kevin. Sure.
Couple questions? Can we go to the slide of 2 types of patrol staff, GF and contract grant funded?
Yes.
Slide?
Contract grant funded, right after the imbalance one of the rocks.
Looks like it's slide 6.
Line number 6? Thanks.
I'm sorry, I'm going the slow route. Oh dear. Bear with me.
Yes. One with the dollar. There you go.
So what I heard you say is that, talking about being dependent on contracts and grants and this sort of thing. So you have a list here, so I'm assuming I'm going to add the jail.
Correct.
One through the Community Foundation.
Correct.
So when you talk about pooling resources, I take it that you're not pooling from the court security services when you need somebody to go out to assist a deputy.
There's times when we do.
Okay.
There's times when we do. We try not to. And really it depends on the particular grant or contract. Some of them are incredibly difficult to move somebody. Some are a little easier. And then we also look at the aftermath. What happens after we pull them out? And what we found is every time we move somebody, it causes 3 other forced moves. But to answer your question, we will pull somebody. In the fire, we pulled people out of there because we do have a limited backup plan for trial court security.
Okay. So with East Bay Med, Hogan, Maloney's, those are all patrol-type folks.
Correct.
Positions. So when I heard you say you like to kind of reduce the, the heaviness of the contracts, would you still have these contracts? But yet looking at general fund monies to supplement what these contracts cover? So for instance, if we got rid of East Bay Med, Hogan, and Maloney's, we'll say that's 4 deputies, you still want to keep those contracts, but yet have 4 more deputies on the patrol side by the general fund.
Sure. So let me make sure I'm understanding your question correctly and make a comment or two. Some of those contracts, if we aren't there, the beat deputy is responding to those calls anyway.
Right.
It's not like we can't say we're not going. So we would want to have those contracts, but what happens is when you get to minimum staffing and somebody's missing, then you decide, do you staff Valley Springs, which is the busiest beat in our county, or do you staff the contract? Common sense tells you, you staff the busiest beat in your county, it's what's good for public safety.
Right.
But the problem is, when we don't make our budget revenue, we get phone calls and internal governmental pressure about you not making your budget, So it's a balancing act. Those contracts work well because they can supplement us, and I think I mentioned to the board before, trying to establish a working relationship with some of those entities. Some of them are pretty good when you have to leave for a little while to go help on an emergency. Some of them are keeping very close watch on you, and as soon as you leave, they're not wanting to pay you. So that's where our patrol sergeants have a burden to make that decision, about whether or not to pull somebody off to handle the call. So those aren't bad contracts, but we've become too heavily dependent upon them. And when you have so few people on the street, you're seeing them having to leave more. They're having to leave those contracts more to back people up because certain calls require, backup, support.
So you really don't want to eliminate those contracts or grants? You just
There's a couple of them I'm probably going to recommend eventually we get rid of them. I don't want to really tell you publicly which ones, but now that there's one of them there that's a problem, in my opinion.
So it's just more or less, the contracts are helpful because they're providing a service to the community and that public safety of, say, the East Bay Med one. But really what you're looking for is the increase of deputies under the general fund.
Absolutely, and not so much because I want to suck money out of the general fund. It just allows us so much more flexibility, and it doesn't create this cascading effect Because every time, I mean, even when we promote somebody, it's 3 and 4 personnel moves, and it's not just our office, it's the CEO's office, it's HR. Everybody gets affected by that, down the road. And then when those employees are being paid only partially out of some of those funds, and that's, again, why Maria's here, because some of these employees are being paid partially out of one fund, partially out of another fund, and it's a nightmare.
Right.
A tracking nightmare.
And so you have 14 active on patrol. What is your, I don't want to call it magic number, but what is a good number to have on patrol?
I'll tell you the number I would like. I'd like 24, because that's where we used to be. We were able to run 3 shifts, and you can have some overlap. We can cover the beats better. We can have our 5th beat again. It just gives us a lot more flexibility. Right now, that actually is not a good number of 14, because we're running each shift right now. We have 2 shifts per day. You have 3 guys on each shift. So you got 6. You have 12 people, 12 patrol deputies plus a couple of sergeants. So the 14 includes the 2 sergeants that we have on shift too. But they're not able to do their jobs. When I was a sergeant, I was doing backgrounds like you talked about so that we get more people hired. It's hard to do a background when you're sitting inside of an office or when you're out on the street trying to help patrol. So ultimately, 24 is the perfect number for patrol because we have 3 shifts, 4 guys. We have an overlap so that we're not, it makes the streets a lot safer. And for not only for the deputies, but for the public too.
So 24 including your contracts?
24 including the contracts, correct. Because the contracts, again, like Captain Macedo said, those are standalone. Those are contracts that we have. We just have to utilize those people to backfill. Again, when I was on the street, when I was going to Valley Springs, or let's say I was in Angels Camp, and a call came out down in Valley Springs, and my guy's in West Point, I have to send my Comanche unit. I can't let the public stay empty-handed. So I'm pulling a guy off of Comanche to go over to take care of the call in Valley Springs because my guy's in West Point. And now we're not getting paid because he's going to Valley Springs.
Okay. And your resident deputies, are they part of that patrol number?
The resident deputies are part of the patrol side, yes.
Okay. And so the next slide on number 7, when we talk about hiring and vacancies, in the operations and dispatch, 16 were hired last year, is what I'm hearing?
Correct.
And 7 stayed and 9 left?
We had 18 that left.
Of the ones hired?
Of the ones hired, we hired 16 people. And they might not be all the same people, but a total of 18 people left. And if you want to go back even further, when I started in 2002, we had 60 people from sergeant down, patrol staff alone. In 2015, we were at 39. So we lost 21 people in a 5-year period. This is just in 2015-16, the way the vacancies went, with the people that we were hiring and the people that were leaving.
I guess I'm just still trying because
we're down 2 people.
I have my little lines here, and so when I see 16 hired and 7 are not reflected on this list, then I'm assuming on this list, in addition to the 18, it includes maybe some long-term people that left too, correct?
Yes.
Some of those numbers are utilized twice.
Right.
Because people have gone and we recycle the number.
Right.
So if you're trying to figure out who left, we would have to sit down where we can actually show you full names.
I guess what I'm looking at is that retention.
Okay.
Okay, because I understand that's a problem.
Sure.
Of retention of officers. So what I'm trying to get out of there is like, okay, you hired so many resigned. Of your new hires, have you been able to, how many of the new hires have you retained? Is a retention program in place? Do we need one? Are there thoughts, ideas on that?
The answer, yes, we need a retention program.
Okay.
But it's not just people that have resigned. We've shown people the door.
Yeah. Okay.
And those are folks that could not, complete their duties. So to be able to demonstrate that to you, it would require us divulging names, which we obviously can't do in a public setting.
Yeah, I don't want to see that.
But we could go through, if you're interested, at a later date and show you exactly.
No, I'm just,
and the numbers you're asking for.
Right. I like the program of the you know, the 20,000 per person, the recruitment, and helping people get through the academy and that sort of thing. But at some point, it's like, what is the retention program? So
Pay
it's,
them more money, I'll be honest with you.
okay,
If they don't make more money, they're going to leave.
okay.
There's been different things that have gone on in the county that have caused people to leave. Some has been money, some has been disgruntledness. But the bottom line is, if you start paying people more money, they're going to leave. They're not going to leave as easily. I was talking earlier, as a corporal, you can go to Amador County and make $5 an hour more. If as a sergeant, you can make $10 an hour more. Tuolumne County has just got a huge raise. And the people that have left this department have not left because of, they have not left to make less money. They've all left to make more money. The bottom line is the almighty dollar. We're probably about number 4 in the state. We're number 4 from the bottom in the state on pay.
Does HR perform exit interviews on these folks who
They do.
Okay.
They do. And again, that's where you're going to find that there's a conflict of interest, because as the DSA president, I know what the folks were telling me, and on the other side, I know what they're telling HR. And there was a lot of disgruntled people. But real quick summarization, if I'm a deputy on the street, and you're working in Amador County, and you keep poking me because you're making $5 an hour more than me, I start sitting back a little bit more, not doing my job, and then I have my boss over here yelling at me. So now I get pissed off, and I say, I'm going to leave, because I'm mad at him, when the bottom line was, it was the almighty dollar that started the poking.
Okay.
So,
All right. Thank you. I just needed to understand it, and, you know, retention, I think, is something that we've discussed for a couple of years. I just didn't know if there was a plan in place, what the major concern or need is for retention.
the correctional officers are the same way. And that's why we put this recruit program into place with the help of the CAO, because, and HR, don't want to put you off, because what that does is it gives these folks an opportunity to look forward to advancement. It's going to make them want to stay here longer. So that's part of the retention.
Okay, good. All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Sheriff, let's talk about vacation, sick, injured. That affects your manpower.
Absolutely.
Is that correct?
And that's what Captain was talking about earlier. If you look at the total numbers, when you have people that are out sick, they're sick, or they're out because they're on a workers' comp claim, or if they're on administrative leave for some reason, that's a body off the street. Now we have to try and backfill that. That's where that push comes in, where you have those extra people. If we were running the 3 shifts that I'd like to have, that wouldn't be such an issue, because we would always be able to make it work. As it stands right now, when you're running at bare minimums and you have people coming away, that's when we start calling people on overtime. In fact, I don't have it with me, but I looked this morning at our patrol staff. We have people that still have to take vacation. And there are 2 guys that are working today that would typically be on their days off. So there's a huge cost in overtime to us, to the county. And then on top of that, now you have somebody who's working a 12-hour shift. You're making them work, instead of 4 12-hour days, you're working either 6 or 7 12-hour days. Now you're looking at the repercussions of them being tired. They're in a vehicle pushing around for 12 hours a day, and they're beat up. They start getting disgruntled because they're working so many hours. If they get hurt, now you're looking at liability to the county. So it's more than just the hours and the pay. It's a totality of everything, because if somebody gets hurt and they come back to us and say, well, why is this guy working 7 days straight at 12 hours a day? When's he going to get some time off? We don't have the manpower. So it does affect us very much so.
Question, Sheriff, question for the captain. Isn't it a known fact that if we have a fatigue situation like we're experiencing now, our citizen complaints go up? We act
Absolutely. You have
in a posture that could result in liability and even injury or death to us or even a citizen. So we need to pay attention to this fact.
It goes back to the fatigue thing. You're pushing a car for so many hours. You're out there for so many hours, more than you're used to or that you want to be, is, I guess, part of it too. And instead of dealing with the citizen in a rational manner, you're tired, you're beat up, so, they get a little more upset. Their tempers are a little bit shorter.
And this flows right through our dispatch, flows to our custody also.
Yeah, because we're short-staffed everywhere at this time, yeah.
Thank you,
How many openings do you have right now that are not filled for patrol?
I believe we're at, Phil, answer that.
Currently, we have 6, and that includes the 2 marijuana deputies. So 6 total right now. Hopefully, it's not going to increase.
Okay. So 4 are budgeted currently that are just regular patrol, and 2 are coming from the medical marijuana fee structure.
But you got to remember that the 2 that we brought over for the marijuana investigations came from patrol, so we have to backfill them to even it out.
Yeah,
so right now we have
6 altogether. I'm just trying to break it down in my head. Thanks.
And then just on top of that, we still have positions that are in the parking lot that got pulled back many years ago, which would get us back up to that number of 60.
What do you mean by that, parking lot? I kind of got
Shirley, would you like to explain the parking lot? Because I don't even like the term supervisor.
I'm
sorry.
You said something when I said it. It's not one of my favorite terms either. I remember 3 years ago, I think it was, there were vacant positions that went unfunded due to we asked departments to make a reduction in the budget and their general fund contributions. And there was concerns by department heads that allocated positions that that they were leaving vacant and unfunded would just kind of disappear. And in an effort to theoretically make it easier for them to request those positions back if funding became available, instead of deleting those positions, they were, and I'm not even really sure who coined the term parking lot, but they were placed in the parking lot. So they're out in the back corner.
Blame it on somebody that left.
No, I don't remember who used the term, but it was the recommendation of the administrative office to make it easier for them to return those positions once funding became available, less justification. So they're kind of just sitting out there in limbo.
They're imaginary.
Obviously, at some point, it's going to come down to dollars and how do you fund all of these requests, not just this year, but moving forward. And I would just ask that you please read my budget memo, the first page of it, as it relates to the general plan and establishing designated funds and public safety funding that does not get spread out to all these other agencies that may be loosely affiliated with public safety, but some of those funds get funneled directly to the sheriff's office so that when we do have issues, that there's money readily available. I do believe, with all the controversy we've had over the budget for all of these years and some of these contentious budget hearings, that's the way out of that problem. And you're going to have to establish some designated funds for the sheriff's office and impact fees and land use issues and what have you. There's a way to fund some of those things for the future. It may not be a magic bullet, but it'll certainly hopefully keep us from.
And one of the things that I discussed with Captain Macedo, but have not had the chance to talk about with Sheriff DeBasilio, is separating. A lot of counties have a public safety fund. It is separate from the general fund. Therefore, the rollover that occurs at the end because they have saved money or have set money aside remains in the public safety fund, where now it just rolls back into the general fund for everybody. And that is something we have discussed. We have talked about it with the auditor. But usually those public safety funds do include not only the sheriff's budget, but probation and district attorneys. And there still is a way to segregate those funds for the salary savings for the rollover. So that may be something, again, to talk about in the future in a way for the public safety entity to realize those savings that they have incurred in the course of a year within their budgets.
Good job.
So
the ordinance that Jason put together for fire is basically based on getting funds for them on new builds and when it's newly built. You guys You guys don't have anything like that, do you?
No, there's currently, obviously fees, but as far as where those fees get directed to, there's some opportunities there for the future, and I've done presentations for the board before. It's something we should probably revisit at another time, but there's opportunities there.
Well, I'm just wondering if, because that ordinance, we started that was an introductory ordinance. I wonder, is there a way to piggyback onto that? Because then it would just be a nexus study.
And that, I believe that was for their capital improvement plan that has to go through the planning commission. I'm not familiar enough with what is allowed. I know through the fire departments it is. I don't know if the same is true for the sheriff's department. I think that's something we'd have to research with county council to see if that's a possibility, but it's something that can be looked into.
Well, Mike was talking about TOT.
Yeah, Ben talked about that. It's a long week, too.
What's that?
We might be done for now, but it's a long week.
Okay. Thank you.
Good presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff. Thank you, Captain Lieutenants.
I was thinking I was going to hear from Hewitt a little bit.
We just do the recommendation now? Deliberations?
Recess until
We have dinner and then come back?
Yeah.
Give them a note.
5:17. You want to get into this now?
Usually we do this at deliberations. Once you have heard from all the departments that are making presentations and any departments that you have questions on, we usually come back and we'll do deliberations. I will put up on if you've been here before during it, I'll put up a spreadsheet with what the department requests are that have not been included in the budget, the funding source, general fund, or something else, and then the board can act on and provide direction, and then we return.
It's like hearing the whole story.
I do just want to note, Shirley was kind enough to schedule us up front today. The sheriff and I are leaving town tonight to go attend some meetings regarding marijuana issues. Some folks from Colorado are coming out to meet with some law enforcement officials in California, so we're not going to be back until Friday. So hopefully Maria will be here. If there are any questions, though, I'll be contacting her. So you're more welcome to funnel any questions through Ms. Hinsey to us, and we will be back Friday if you're deliberating on Friday.
We'll just grill your lieutenant.
That makes it a lot easier for us to make decisions.
Yeah, when we're not here. Thank you.
They got big shoulders.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Recess till
Yeah.
And recess.
Recess till
tomorrow. 9?
So we're going to recess till tomorrow at 9?
So now the sheriff is finished. We will recess till tomorrow at 9 to continue the budget hearings.